One of the things that always happens here is every time I start the stream, I'm like, oh shoot, I should fix this graphic. And then I never do. So let me see if I can actually fix this graphic here. I just have to remember. I swear to God, like my graphics are in like 7,000 different places. And so I always end up having to like, where the heck is my graphic? The way that I save them and stuff like that. Hey, thanks. Look at all these subscriptions. Oh, JNV, always the support. Sarah Death, also always the support, even though I haven't done any Soul Calibur stuff in a long time, so appreciate you. Whoa, Hype Train started. Yes, what's up, Gibby? It's right, it's the face of Tetris, baby. Obviously, there is, oops, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. I wish I could preview Photoshop docs sometimes, because I can never remember what my things are called. Is it this one? No, I don't think so. This is not it, I don't think. Oh, look at this. Now Archer Carter with the sub. And then Drunken Banana to the sub. So we are at the... oh, you enjoyed the Street Fighter streams as well. Awesome. I mean, honestly, like... I could definitely use a lot of little help here and there. Just keeping all... I just need to organize these files, to be honest with you. I've had them organized for a very long time, but then, like, it's just hard. It's just sometimes you're just like, okay, I'm going to organize all this, and then you just like, oh, wait, I need to do, oh, shoot, I need to do. And then, like, I literally have, like, 9 places that I save all the... Actually, if I find what the thing is called in my saved folder here, in my overlays folder. Actually, I don't even know if I have it in my overlays folder now that I think about it. Is it this one here? Nope, that's not it. Hi, Nathan. You are rubbing yourself all over my microphone. Okay, how do I find this? Let's see. Okay, shoot. What am I doing? That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. Twitter pics. I have it called Chenzor Dynasty Banner. Okay, banner. All right, so if I go to my overlays and I look for my PSDs, it's not there. What if I actually go to this one and then I go to my PSD? Oh, Jesus. No, I don't think this... Well, is it? Probably not. So let's go back over here. Let's see. So, Chen Dynasty graphics. I don't have anything called banner. What the hell? Oh, is it this one? This is called YouTube banner. Yes, a Photoshop file for Photoshop. Oh God, this is not it. This is old. Shoot, what the hell file was this? Like, sometimes I wish you could save what the file was actually originally named from the Photoshop or something. Oh, here we go. Is it? No, that I tried that already. That wasn't the one. Let me see if I go date modified. Maybe I can find it or something. Okay, that's not the one. Is it this one? It's not that one. Is it this one? It's not that one. Oh my God. Is it this? No. What the hell did I use to create this? Oh my God. This is so sad. Was there nothing here? Oh, this is just, I see. This is just a random, right? This was a test doc. Uh, hmm, boy. Is it this? It's probably just gonna have like some innocuous name, you know what I mean? Like, oh God. Well, that's an old logo. Oh my God. Okay, so I can't find anything here. All right, let's see if I actually go to the overlays. Let's take a look over here. Nathan is sitting on the wire for my mouse, so I am having a lot of trouble here moving my mouse any sort of like decent distance right now. Like, if you look at this, it looks like the mouse is coming out of his butt because he's literally sitting on the wire here, and I can't seem to do anything. Um, let's see here. Okay, that's where. Well, let's see resources. No, I want to go Chen Dynasty graphics over here. Let's see. Social? Is this it? Nope. Ah, God. Well, actually, because I don't think I've touched any of these files in friggin' forever, right? Let's see. Chen Dynasty. Oh, that's the new logo, actually. Huh, interesting. Let's see. God, how come I can't seem to find the file that I actually used to create this stupid banner from a long time ago? What is my problem? Oh my goodness. It's so crazy how hard it is to find anything. Okay, let's see here. Chenzer Dynasty. Nope. Oh, this is an old banner. Jesus, holy crap. Uh, Actually, that's a good question. If I go to, I can't click my mouse because the button is being pressed by Nathan's ass right now. Go over here and I look at this one here. This was modified last on 7/21/2025. So if I go to this folder over here and I sort by modified, if I look for something that's close, and none of them are close to that date at all. Hey, look at this 7 streak. Choo choo, cool, cool. Nathan's Kushnud butt. Yes, exactly. So I'm gonna have to call him Marco, I guess, here. Shoot. Where in the hell could I have actually. Because the problem is, like, I have all these files everywhere, and what I'm suspecting is that I created it off of one of those without like fully saving it or something, and then like it's probably somewhere else and all this other crap. And oh man, okay, what is this one again? It's nothing over here. I really need to reorganize all of these files, man. I really, really need to reorganize all these files because I can't remember. I can't remember where I created this stupid banner from. It's so bizarre. Like, why would I not have this? Is it on my laptop or something? Did I create this thing on my laptop and I just forgot? Uh, um. I tell you, man, I tell you, being a having like massive ADHD is such an annoyance, and just having this weird like lack of organization is so annoying. Oh man, why am I like this? Why am I like this? Okay. You know what? I give up. I give up. I don't know what to do. I can't find this thing. And now, see, like, because I decided to try to look for it, and now that I can't find it, it's actually gonna just drive me crazy. I'm just gonna get really, really like, what? Where is? Oh God! And I really, really want to find it, and I can't find it anymore. Um, you're moving and you haven't packed? Holy crap! Oh, cool, Layman. Yeah, I mean, or lament maybe. But yeah, thank you. The Tetris stuff is always such a joy to do, and I love it, and it's so much fun. I don't know if AI has a way to help with organization, mostly because my brain is so effed up that like I don't know if AI would ever be able to figure out how my brain is working to organize anything that I have over here. Ooh, excuse me. SNK did not know that Butt's name is punny in English when it substituted his name due to being too close to a real life MMA fighter's name. It used the Pakistani employees or contractor's name where butt has no punny meaning. Yeah, I mean, God, who's the Tekken player? Atif Butt, right? I'm sure that's not how you pronounce it. I'm sure it's supposed to be like Atif But or something like that, but that's what his name was, right? ATIF dash BUT. And so it was what the hell? Are you sitting on my thing, Nathan? I'm curious. Nope, it's not down there. But where would I have put this thing? Why is this thing missing from my desk? I don't understand. There must have been just one time I was wiping my glasses at this desk, and I must have just put the glasses wipe into my pocket when I wasn't supposed to out of habit, and now this my computer desk doesn't have a glasses wipe anymore. Ugh, so weird. Um, okay. God, someone please just like someone's gotta just be able to tell me to stop being obsessed with looking for the stupid file wherever hell it could possibly be. Wow. Oh God. I swear sometimes like I need a person to actually like monitor my ADHD so that like when I'm stuck here doing stupid things like this, somebody can just be like, James, stop. James, stop. So if you actually look at this file over here, I use this on all of my social posts over here. This one here. I use this on all of my social posts. Let's see if I can get this to show up. I use this file on all of my social posts. Here we go. This one here. The problem is that it is not the right URL. That's not the right YouTube URL. If you actually go to that, youtube.com/live/at jchenzor, uh, it doesn't work. Why? Because it's supposed to be at jchenzor, youtube.com/jchenzor/live. youtube.com/, as evidenced by that. So whoops, not this banner. This banner here, I need to fix this. The problem is I can't remember where the source file is because I might have had it here in the Chenzor Dynasty graphics folder, which it should be here, but none of these Photoshop files are that. Like, see, this one hasn't been modified since like 2020. So this couldn't, yeah, see, this is not even the right file here. This is something completely different. I don't know where it is at all. So it's not here. It could be in the other Chenzor Dynasty folder, Chenzor Dynasty graphics, but it was none of these ones over here. It could also be in a different folder that I have with some of the graphics here, but it wasn't any of these here either. So, yeah, I can't figure out where the hell it is. God. How does this happen? I don't understand. Like, okay, maybe it's here. Oh, here we go. I have some on my desk. Aha! I have some on my desktop. This is it, right? You have to be it. Come on. Come on. This has got to be the one. This has got to be the one. On my desktop. Ah, there we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. However, what I also need to do is come over here, go to Twitter pics. This one, let me come over here, bring it over here. Of course, it was the desktop. It was the desktop, you know? Like, I just didn't even think to look on my desktop of all the stupid places. 1500 by 500. And so what I want to do here is this. Yay. Okay. Then I also gotta do canvas size here because let me see something. This thing here. Do I have information here? Yeah, here we go. File info. Yeah, 1500 by 500. So what I gotta do here is image size, change this to 1500, like so, and then change the canvas size to 500, like so. And then save it as a ping in my Twitter pics folder over here, like so. Replace it, and then undo, undo, save this, close it, and now my Twitter pics here should have the correct URL. Yay! Okay, there you go. All right. I mean, I certainly could salty struggle. I certainly could, and I would love to talk about the new VF stuff. Just from the fact that everything about it looks amazing right now. So I'm gonna add that to my list of things to do while I step on my leverless controller over here because I am so incredibly disorganized. Uh, that's not something you want to do. Okay. Oh, the chat is paused over there. Weird. Okay. There we go. Today labbing a difficult Elena Sizer. I started this stream a little bit later than I wanted to because I got stuck trying to do Drive Rush Flash Kick all day because Dagger G is insane. And Drive Rush Flash Kick is really freaking hard. And I don't know how he does that so consistently. Because again, Drive Rush Flash Kick is so hard. It's nuts. Hello, Juice. What is that? 44. Juice 44. It's possible on joystick, but Dagger G also plays on a stick. He plays on a stick. So, I don't know if there's like some sort of alternate technique to this. But the way that I understand it is Lower notification sounds, huh? Oh, okay. How do I do that? How do I do that? Let's see here. It's this thing over here. So what I have to do to lower that sound is to come over here. I think it's here. Let's see. No, that's where are the notifications? Alerts. Here we go. This is what I want. Alerts box, edit alerts. I think it's this one. Because I can also see, what am I trying to do here? Is it this one? Let me see. If I should be a way to test this. Preview options. Okay. Well, let's see. Follows and subscriptions, right? Can you follow? There's this one here, visuals and sound. Okay, the volume is only at 50%. If I do this, where, why can't I find the dang preview button? There should be a preview button that I can actually like make it play, but I can't find it right now because Twitch is just so poorly organized here. Okay, general settings maybe? Visual and sounds. Okay. Alert sound, right? Let's see. Did you guys hear that at all? And did it sound like it was the same volume or was it a different volume? Okay, so was it the same volume? It's loud, okay. So what I can do actually, can I do this? Let's see here. Is it actually, oh no, but it comes from there. Why is that one so loud? It's weird. It's really that loud, huh? Because it doesn't look like it's that loud on my thing over here. How about if I did this? I'm lowering the volume of it now, just manually here. So that's considerably quieter. So yeah, for the general settings, oh no, that's not the right one. That's just for that specific alert. Oh God, come on. Okay, so now it's back to the volume here. It's general settings. I guess I don't have any choice. Okay, I'll lower this one, and if any of the other ones are still really loud, let me know. And I'll try to change them as they come and as they annoy people. Because I think that's the best. Wait, so okay. So yeah, we'll just do it that way. Why is there no preview? Like there should be a button that I should just be able to press and it actually just does the thing. But for some reason it's not doing it, which is so bizarre. James, switch the cameras. I mean, switch the camera to what? Do you want to see this? Do you want to see this? Like, this is not particularly exciting over here. Oh, it was a test. Got it. Sorry, I didn't see that part. Uh, okay. Anyways, so what I was trying to say about Guile here, sorry, what I was trying to say about Guile here is that, you can let go and then flash kick. After about, I can't get it consistent. I can do it 12 or 13 frames. And I've done it at 15 frames one time, which really drives me nuts. So there's 9 frames of a delay. There's 13 frames of a delay. Like if my delay like you can see where I'm holding down. It says holding down for 64, and then it's neutral for 11, up for 2, and then I hit kick. If it's 11 and 2, I get the flash kick. If it's 12 and 1, I do not get the flash kick. It's really, really bizarre. So that was just 8. See, 12 and 1, right there. I just did 12 and 1, whereas when you look down there, 11 and 2 worked, so that's 13 frames, but 12 and 1 doesn't work. So it's like if I hit the kick in 2 frames into my jump, it won't come out, which makes no sense. Oh. Oh, dang, I had the volume of the game up really high. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Are you talking about the 4 hours one, Sinner? The 4-hour one that I did this just recently? But if you actually look at the inputs, like the 11 and 2 worked, but the 12 and 1 did not. I just love the fact that I named that video gushing about Darkstalkers for 4 hours, because it just let you get an idea of what you're in for. And strangely enough, that video has been very popular. So, but what this basically means is what Dagger G is doing is he is going into drive parry, dashing, and then pushing up and kick all within in 12 frames. And it sounds like that's absolutely doable, but like a lot of the times when I hit forward, nothing comes out because I just time it wrong. I mean, it would be interesting if someone could actually like try to edit it down to like get rid of all the sequences of me just being like, oh crap, I can't do this. Oh my God, wait, how did I do this? But I think people just enjoy how passionate I am. See, like that, right? And so if you actually look at it down there while I'm holding down, after I let go of down, that's 1 plus 3, that's 4 plus 3, 7 plus 4, which is 11, and then 12. Yeah, so I delayed 12 frames and did the flash kick. So again, as long as you do it within 12 frames, you can get it out. And trust me, I have sat here and tried to do this like quick, fast speed so many times. And, oh, Jesus, okay. Well, sorry, I'm making it look easier than it normally is because I have so much trouble doing this. So that's 6, 9, 10, 11, 12 again. Oh, okay, maybe I just needed a break, okay. Oh, look at me, I'm Dagger G! I'm Dagger G! Yo, check me out, I'm Dagger G! Holy crap! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Holy crap! I just did drive rush flash kick like 5 times in a row. Well, time to learn Guile. I'm the best. Thank you, Chad Mushroom. Thank you. Man, I wish there was a way I could get back on more commentary, but it's so hard. Okay, well, I guess I don't know how I did that. I honestly don't know how I did that so consistently. That was weird. Like, before the stream started, I was trying for like hours and I can get it like once out of every like 20 tries, and then I just did it 5 times in a row, which is insane. I guess I just, like I said, needed a break or something. But yeah, I actually plan, hopefully maybe even starting this week, to do a new series of Darkstalkers videos, Vampire Savior videos, because obviously Evo is coming up very soon. And I want to cover a lot of Vampire Savior stuff so that you guys have an idea of what to expect. And what makes a lot of the things like really, really hard. Like you'll watch people play the game and you're casually watching it like this is really cool and stuff like that. Oh, this game has push block like Marvel. And then someone explains to you exactly how push block works. And you're just like, what? Wait, what? This is the game that people are playing? What? So JNV, all of the World Warrior US Canada commentary spots, they are not something that we apply for. They just know that we are available. They've sent me a bunch of dates and we're like, can you work these dates? And I'm like, yes. And so that's it. So I'm commentating one this weekend. I'm commentating one the next weekend. But all the other past ones, they just picked other people. So I don't know. Like, it's crazy. Well, so the way push block works is that while you are in block stun, so when you are in block stun, and for some of this, it's really short, right? Like medium buttons are really short and light buttons are even shorter. If you block, you have to input 3 to 6 different button inputs during the time of that block stun. You have to input, and it has to be different frames.
Switch the cameras.
Sure. Okay. I'm not actually showing anything over here, so I guess I'll just talk over here. You have to hit 6 buttons within the block stun timing, which is very, very short. Now, the problem is I said 3 to 6 button presses. So the crazy thing about the way Vampire Savior's push block works is that it's random. It's random. It can trigger with 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 button presses during the block stun. There is a 25% chance that it'll trigger on the 3rd button. And every time you add another button, it increases by 25%. So if you press 3 buttons, there's a 25% chance it'll work. If you press 4 buttons, there's a 50% chance it'll work. If you press 5 buttons, there is a 75% chance it'll work. And if you can get all 6 inputs, it is a 100% chance that it will work. This is the reason why I don't know how anybody who plays Vampire Savior on a pad plays the game, because you're insane. I don't know how it works, because if you actually look at, let's see what I can try to use here. I'll try to use this box. Let's do this really quick. I'm going to put this on a box, and let's see if this actually comes through. Let's see here. Donk. Okay, there we go. So, excuse my messy desk over here. All this stuff is trash, and I just need to throw it away, but I'm currently cleaning my room. So what happens a lot of the times when you actually try to do the push block is that, remember, there are only 6 buttons on an arcade cabinet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't have these extra buttons. Now, if you're playing on your stick or if you're playing on your own home setup like this, you will have extra buttons here, and it actually makes it kind of like you're cheating. But the way that most people push block is like this. They just basically do that. Or they do this, or they do this, or they do like that. And the reason why is because you're trying to slide your finger at just the right angle to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have to have your finger at just the right angle to get like the 6 inputs like this. That's how it works. And so what happens is you're playing and then you do this to get the push block. And if you're really good at it, you can push block most things. The problem is there's such a thing as too fast. Because if you actually go like this, sometimes you press a bunch of the buttons on the same frame and that doesn't count as two separate inputs. So if you go too slow, which is too slow and is too fast, you have to learn like just right. And you're kind of hoping, that it triggers on one of the earlier ones. Now, here's the problem. Like, okay, it's much so whenever I want to push block, it's hard because my fingers are floating like this. And then when I want to push block, all of a sudden, I got to slide over here and do this, right? Which is really awkward. So you can also slide by going this way, right? So I can do something like this, which is more natural for my hand position. The problem is that every button causes a different distance of push block. If it's a light button that triggers the push block, it pushes the enemy away a very short distance. And then with the medium buttons, if that is the button that triggers the push block, it pushes them a medium distance. And if it's the heavy buttons, it I'm gonna do this all in another video, so I know you're all like, can you show us visuals? I'm actually gonna do this later on this week again, so you guys will be able to see this. But that's why you want to go in this direction, because you want to use all the light buttons as early as you can so that you are finishing with the heavy buttons. So that way, these two buttons will never trigger the push block, and it'll either be this, or this that triggers the push block, so you get medium or heavy push block like this, right? Right, so if you piano jab strong fierce like this, that means you're gonna push block 25% of the time, because that's just the 3 button presses and that's it. The method I'm trying to learn right now is where I piano like Neo Geo. I go thumb and then jab strong fierce like this, like so, and slide your hand down like this. So what you're doing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that's what I'm trying to do here. And actually, if you look at the, if we actually look at Street Fighter, you can see it actually. You can actually see the display, the button display at the top. Can you, so if I move my mouse over here, you can actually see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's heavy kick and then medium kick. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs like that. The problem is that it's very easy to accidentally do that when you're doing the first 4 buttons. As you can see, this counts as 2 inputs. So I only got light kick into heavy punch, and that's it. Oh shoot, Mike Ross with the raid. I'm using Street Fighter 6 to explain Vampire Savior. Mike Ross, is he in the chat? Mike Ross, have you ever played Vampire Savior before? You should play Vampire Savior. This is the most dirty, broken ass game in the world, and I think you would love it. I think you would love it, actually. But if you can learn to piano this right, like that, that's 4 inputs, and then you slide your fingers down like that, and that's 6 inputs right there. So, but as you can see, when I'm doing it, sometimes I just miss it, and I don't even get 6 inputs, so I won't get the push block, right? It's really, really tricky. Dude, it is difficult, but it is exactly right up your alley. Once you start playing it a bunch, and you start getting an idea of how the game works, it's just like, okay. HNK is so much more Kusoge than VSAV, because VSAV is not, like, it's got really broken stuff, but the nice thing about it is that everybody in this game is broken, right? You play Anakaris, and Anakaris is the worst character in the game, but if you don't know what you're doing, like, a good Anakaris will just completely destroy you. Like, that's it. James, you're done.
James,
like,
switch the cameras.
You're gonna fight. I mean, I have no Vampire Savior on right now. I was just showing people the inputs on Street Fighter 6 here, like this. I was showing people how I push block, how I want to push block. But push blocking like this is actually like the most consistent, like one of the more consistent ways to do it. But as you can see here, my consistency with it is really bad. See, that's a good one right there, because you saw a bunch of different inputs. But if I go too fast, I get nothing. So I have to learn how to slide a little bit slower to get all 6 inputs there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So that was 6 inputs all within like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames of each other. So that's great. So a lot of it is I have to remember the right angle to do this, and I have to remember the right timing because if I go too fast, I get that, which is 4 inputs, right? Which is useless. Actually, that's 3 inputs right there. That's only 3 inputs. So that's useless. So I have to learn how to do this. Like I have to learn how to slide it at a slower speed. It's really crazy. Yeah, Mike Ross, that's the thing, is like I have a funny feeling Mike Ross would end up being a Victor player. I really, really think Mike Ross would end up being a Victor player, which concerns me because Victor is bad. But again, Victor is also good. Ah, see, I knew you were gonna play Victor. I knew it. And he's not a good character. But that's the thing. Like, I don't think Mike would want to play Sasquatch because Sasquatch is so good. I think Mike would actually want to play Victor because Victor is challenging and he requires like a lot more work than other characters. And it's weird too because if you fight the right Victor, Victor will just fuck you up. Like if you don't know what you're doing, like Victor will destroy you. I have fought some crazy wild ass Victors out there. And I think Mike Ross could actually be a super good Victor, to be honest with you. I think he would be able to do really, really well with that character. But the reason why I think you would be fit for this game, Mike, is because it is old school style fighting games, right? There's a reason why a lot of old school player likes it. It's not necessarily about reactions. It's not about frame data, whatever. Like this is the most heart game you can practically find in a fighting game because when Lord Raptor instant air dashes at you, you can't react to that. You cannot react to that. You cannot react to Lord Raptor's high-low game, for example, right? You just can't. And so a lot of this game is prediction, is reads, is, try to go for something. And then a lot of times when you do get hit, the combo is very fast. It's not like ridiculous damage unless it's Gallon Talbane for some reason. And one of the things that does make Raptor really good is that his EXs do a shit ton of damage and it really shouldn't do as much damage as it does. But that's one of the reasons, that's one of the many things that makes Raptor the best character in the game. Like, Raptor is just, he's stupid, right? Like, he's ridiculous. But I still hate QB more than I hate Raptor for many reasons. As bad as Raptor is, that matchup is still actually slightly easier than fighting QB with Bishamon. Oh man, I'm not good at Street Fighter 6, Mike. I'm pretty ass as at Street Fighter 6. This game is just so hard for me to play because my whiff punishing is just absolutely abysmal. I can't whiff punish shit. So like when I play this game and I'm trying to play footsies, like I'm using Kimberly and everyone's like, oh my god, her standing medium kick, her standing heavy punch, they're so good at whiff punishing. I can't whiff punish a goddamn thing with either of those buttons in that game. I can't. I just don't. It's crazy. And so I get out footsied in neutral with this character because she has no range. Like, I actually feel more comfortable when I was playing Marisa the short period of time that I was playing Marisa because she actually had range on her buttons, But I just know that Marisa's not good. What I should be doing is using, like, Cammy, but now everybody says Cammy's not good. So what I should be doing is really just playing Mai or something. Are matchup charts way less common in the SF6 community than other fighting games? Okay, so the reason why matchup charts are really, really scarce in the Street Fighter 6 community is because, one, there are a lot of characters, right? And matchup charts end up being really, really big. But also, like, oh, go to Zangief? It's hard to play Zangief in Street Fighter 6. Zangief in Street Fighter 6 is really weird because I can't play him the way that I want to. I can't play Zangief the way that I want to. Like, every time I play Zangief, I land 0 headbutts. I land 0 forward plus heavies. I don't know where to land those. Like, when I play him, I literally can't find a moment to land forward plus heavy punch. I don't know where everybody lands that move. The move is hella slow. So it's really, really weird. But the other reason why you don't see a lot of matchup charts, Finn, is because the game is so much more incredibly balanced than anybody wants to admit. Everyone keeps saying the game is unbalanced, and I know Honda's not very good. Mike Ross, if he's still in the chat, is gonna get mad because he played Lily and Honda. This is why I knew he was gonna play Victor. But like, despite that, like, neither of those characters are terrible. Like, Hibiki won a Japan World Warrior with Lily, right? So the worst character, like, people talk about 6-4 matchups in Street Fighter 6 like, oh my god, this fight sucks, right? But when I'm talking about Bishamon versus QB, that's like 8-2. You understand, right? That's like 8-2 or 7-3 if you're not emotional and angry like I am. It's probably a 7-3 match in QB's favor, right? And there are some matchups in that game that will be like 8-2. Like Sasquatch versus Anacharus is supposed to be like 9-1 or something like that, because if the Sasquatch has perfect execution, Anacharus can literally do nothing. And he dies. And that's the end. So like, we're talking like these matches are like freaking garbage, okay? Like, these matches suck. And like in Street Fighter 6, there are like no matches that like suck, you know? Like, some people were like, God, Rashid versus Zangief is impossible. This is like so terrible. This might actually be a 7-3 matchup. And for me, I'm like, oh, 7-3, oh no, you know, kind of a thing. Is Benjamin versus Anacharus 9? I mean, if I can get my rush down, yeah. So I was fighting an Anacharus this past weekend, and not this past weekend, the weekend before that. And I was definitely, when I got my rush down going. But again, the rush down takes a lot of execution, so it's cool, right? And it's also, you know, on the defensive end, what makes these older games so good is that sometimes you just had to rely on your opponent messing up the execution. But the thing about it is, the games were designed in a way that execution mattered. So like, it's not like you're like, oh yeah, I just hope someone drops combos on me in Street Fighter. No, because no one drops combos. And when they do, it's like a big deal. Like I said, it's like baseball. You can count the errors in baseball, just like in Street Fighter 6. You can count the execution mistakes. But in old games like this, execution mistakes happen literally like 5 times in the span of like 10 seconds, right? Like, there's just an execution error like all over the place. And the thing is, you react to it really fast, and then the players who are the best are the ones that never or very rarely get the execution mistakes. Like, you watch Kaji win Vampire Savior at EVO, and he dropped a lot of Luminous Illusion combos. And he's the Luminous Illusion combo god, and he dropped it a bunch of times. That's the nature of the old games. And so when you see someone be consistent at it, it's great. And so the problem is, there's a lot of people out there who are like, no, this is a fighting game. It's a video game. I should just only be tested on my mind games. I shouldn't have to worry about execution. It should just be strategy. And if I am smart enough, I should get the reward. You know, there are fighting games that do that. And then there are fighting games that require execution. And some of us out there really love execution and love the idea that it is very droppable, that you can make the mistake and you mess up, right? That's a huge part of the fun in those games is when you do it right, you're just like, oh my god, you know what I mean? It's like it's great. I love it. Street Fighter 6 is very, very balanced because one, the systems are very strong, but two, the game has a lot of patches and they're making the game with balance in mind. You think that the guys who are making Vampire Savior even had even a smidgen of an idea of how balanced their game was when they released Vampire Savior? They had no idea. They just like let characters do things. And they didn't realize how strong these instant air dashes would be and all this other stuff. Like literally, they had no idea where the game was in any sense of balance when the game was released. It's crazy. You might want to use tennis and its concept of forced errors, where the error is induced by the opponent making a difficult shot. Yeah. There are forced errors, but a lot of the times that's. I wouldn't say that that's an accurate kind of thing, because in Street Fighter 6, like you don't really force errors that much. And in Vampire Savior and MVC2 and games like that, which are just ridiculously fast, like any error that happens, I can't say is forced because, like I said, it just happens constantly. Constantly. But, a counter DI when you don't have the HP. See, that's the thing, right? I guess that is a forced error because you're taking advantage of somebody's reaction, but I don't count it as an error, right? Like, error to me is you didn't do what you wanted to do. In the case of the reaction of making them counter DI when they didn't have enough life, they did exactly what they wanted to. It just was the wrong thing to do. It was just a mistake. But they wanted to DI and they died for it as a result. It's the same as saying I baited out an EXDP. That's not a forced error. The guy wanted to EXDP, I predicted it, and now I get to kill him. A forced error in a fighting game would be more like I get to hit your chair, right? Or shake the machine. Or like that kind of thing, right? Like you're actively participating in messing somebody else. Like when I was hitting the button really loud in weird rhythms to force the guy hitting me with a custom combo in CVS2 to drop his custom combo, making me win the CVS2 tournament at Southern Hills Golfland during E3 week, by the way, which is when everybody from out of state came and visited. So, again, I totally won the CVS2 tournament that week, which was a very big deal. Very big deal. Never mind the fact that Valle really wanted to go to the club, so he like lost the duck and then DQ'd himself because he really wanted to go to the club. So I didn't have to fight Alex Valle. Let's ignore that part. But I won anyway when Alex Valle wasn't there. Oh man. I want to relearn Street Fighter 6, but I don't know where to start or pick up. I'm a rushdown enjoyer. Well, Wicked 2 Wavy, that's a tough one because there's not a lot of characters that are I would consider rushdown in Street Fighter 6 because a lot of the characters rush down in the same way. I think if you want to play a rushdown character, I mean, Cammy is always a good choice, but she's tricky because you want to use her dive kick as like a neutral skip and it just doesn't work. Terry's a good character. Actually, if you like Rushdown, Terry is a good character because Terry gets a lot of this stuff here. As long as you see the screen shake like this, Terry is plus, right? So if I make Blanca try to react with his fastest normal, which is standing light kick, 4 frames, if I do this and I jab, I win, right? So Terry gets a lot of good rush down with this. Oops, I see the screen didn't shake, so I know I shouldn't press the button. But if I can get the screen to shake, then I know I am in the advantage. And then Terry also had this, which is the OD Fireball, which lets me drive rush, or not even drive rush. I can just do this into that, right? So like if I turn this off, like so, and I just do this, I can just, whoops, I can just do something like, woo, oops, okay, I can't do that. I have to be a little closer. Yay, I'm plus two in that situation. So like, just because it was spaced that way, you can be plus two. It just really depends on when you hit. See, there's plus two. That's zero. That's plus one, for example. But this is a good character that I think you might want to go with. You need to play rushdown characters to win in this game? Not necessarily. It's just that this game favors aggression. And I'll talk about a bit about that a little bit more. So the reason why I don't want to call it like you have to play rushdown is because rushdown implies being more aggressive than the norm. And so I don't call a lot of the characters rushdown because that's the norm. You know what I mean? Like, so if I'm just sitting here doing stuff like that and then I do this, like, that's not rushdown because, like, every character with a cancelable crouch medium kick does this. So I don't consider it rushdown. And people say, like, oh my God, this is a neutral skip. This isn't a neutral skip. This is the neutral. This is the neutral that you play in Street Fighter 6. Like, how is this a neutral skip when this is like a legit way to attack people? Because if you check the drive rush, you don't get any damage, but if I hit you, I get a lot of damage. It's like jumping and getting anti-aired, and then the one time you jump over a button and you get to combo them, is jumping a neutral skip? Is this considered a neutral skip? Right? I mean, people are going to say no because jumps take 42 frames and drive rushes are significantly faster. Okay, what about hyper hops in King of Fighters? The hyper hops have been there since like 95, maybe even 94. I don't even know. But hyper hops have been in KOF for like 4 decades now, right? And that shit is about as neutral skip as you want, as you can call it. But the thing about it is, that's part of the game. They've learned how to fight hyper hops. So hyper hops is now part of the neutral in the game. Most characters have good ways to stick buttons out like this to interrupt hyper hops. Or you do short neutral jumps with long range kicks and you stop hyper hops that way, or you jump regularly and you get over hyper hops so that you can actually kick them from above. There are strategies to learn how to fight it, right? And kind of the same thing with drive rushes, right? There are ways to fight them. The problem is the reward on drive rushes is significantly higher than the reward on checking a drive rush. And considering that it is like twice as fast as a jump, it's too good. Which is why I keep saying the way that I would nerf a drive rush is to make it so that if you hit it, you could punish it more, right? That's all I want. I just want equality that way. I want if I drive rush and the opponent actually hits me like this, right? Like if Blanca hits me with this, he's what? He's plus 3, right? He doesn't get crap, right? Like if he interrupts my drive rush, whoops, I ate his button. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do this actually. All right, let's do it the other way. Okay, I'm gonna do this instead. So I'm gonna do that with Blanca here, right? So if he does this and I check him like this, well, I'm plus 7. I did 840 damage. I can't drive rush cancel this button. If I check his drive rush like this, like, see, and then I missed. But even if I do that, I counter hit, I'm plus 7. I can't do jack shit. I can't get any damage off of this, right? But if Blanca actually lands this like so and hits me, um, he's plus 9. right? So, in other words, if Blanca does this and hits me, he gets the combo like something like that, right? So he gets to do something like this, and he gets the combo. And if he really wanted to, he could probably drive rush cancel, hit me, and then drive rush cancel again, and then hit me into level 3. But me, when I sit here and like do this awesome, check with my standing medium kick, I get nothing. So that's why drive rushes are a problem. But if they implemented my fix, which is turn that into a punish counter, and when you get hit out of a drive rush, you slide forward, you reel forward, right? So you drive rush, you get hit, and the character stumbles forward for the exact same frames that they normally get hit. So if I hit him here, I would get a punish counter, which would give me +9. And if they actually reeled forward, I could do an easy link as well. So like punish counter, he slides forward. I'm +9. I can actually do crouching heavy punch into like crazy like whatever blah 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 blah, right? No, standing medium kick doesn't cancel into anything. Oh, you're saying do like check into link super here? Maybe. Okay, so that one works because he happens to have a really fast super. But I guarantee you, most characters would not be able to do this. Most characters would not be able to do this, right? Oh, Jesus. Um, Harry could. But again, I'm spending 1 bar for 2,840 damage. Whereas again, if Blanca gets in and hits me, like he just gets like crazy into level 3 or whatever like that, and he just did like 6,000 damage to me. He did like 5,000 damage, 6,000 damage. Like, are you gonna risk that? Because Blanca can also do something like for example, I can make him do something oh no, actually I should do um or is it oh, okay, EX electricity, right? And so normally where I would actually check you like this, right? See, now you slow yourself down, and then I get hit by that, and you activate level 2, and then all sorts of like there's so many ways to blow up someone trying to check your drive rush. One of the most common ones you always see is M Bison, right? Because, like, for example, if I record M Bison to do this, let's do on input like so. If I make him do this, whoops, like that, right? And then I record this one and I make him do, whoops, like that, right? And so now I have both of them turned on and to play at random. So we'll do always repeat playback like this. Like I can try to check him when he does. Whoops. Okay, that's a good button for Terry, honestly. But oh, see right there, right? See, and now I get punish countered there and I die. So let's say, because so Terry has a really good standing medium kick. So let's say I'm trying to check it with crouching medium kick, like so, right? I want to stop the drive rush like this, like so. Um, you know, then he does that, and then Bison on punish counter with that is +6, and this move is 6 frames, right? So I get whatever, like craziness at this point. So if I actually, oh, actually, I think I want to, no, that's 8 frames. This is +5 here, right? Let's see here. Yeah, so that's +5 right here. So you would just cancel that straight up, right? I could do, and then I get like crazy combos off of that, off of a drive rush cancel, etc., etc. So like trying to check it is just like such a terrible situation. Perfect parry is absolutely another answer. Trying to perfect parry this, you know, but obviously the timing is going to be different depending on which of the moves he does. But then now all I have to do is record this option in, and now you're in a terrible situation because if I try to perfect parry it, I just took 2040 damage on a hard knockdown. So it's not an answer to it, right? And this is the problem, is that trying to check drive rushes is not rewarding enough for how many ways you can die. If checking drive rush rewarded me just as bad, like let's say Bison is at 50% life, right? If he's at 50% life and he knows if I drive rush and I get checked by a standing medium kick, he gets +4 and I tumble forward into an easy link and he has a level 3, I'm just as scared to drive rush as at him as he is for me to drive rush at, at all, right? Because now that's like it. He drive rushes, one interaction, one of us dies if we both have a level 3, right? And so the problem is, if I have 50% and I drive rush at Terry and he checks me with standing medium kick, I don't care because if I hit him, he dies. Especially if I have a level 3, which is another problem, but that's a whole nother story. So this is what makes drive rush broken. But can you imagine if you were playing Bison and you realize that if you drive rush and Terry hits you with this button that reaches this far, and if it hits you, he's +9 and you tumble at him, so he links into crouch, heavy punch, drive rush, cancel, everything to destroy you, meter dump, and kill you. Now he can do 6,000 to 6,500 damage to you because you drive rushed at him. You are now scared to drive rush, and that balances drive rush instantly. And I didn't have to change anything about it on the offense. I didn't have to do fuck all to the drive rush on the offensive side. I just made it so I can punish it better, and now it's completely fair. The problem right now is the risk reward is not in the favor of the guy. Because even if I did hit you with a move that can be drive rush canceled, right? And I get the counter hit out of it, right? So I do this, right? Like, what do I get off of this? Okay, I can do something like pow, right? Like, I get that's 1,400. It's not worth it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to drive rush cancel to extend it. Well, because it's crouching medium kick and a lot of buttons that reach that far, when you drive rush cancel, you're already scaling the damage a lot. I just did this, and the second move is already at 68%. 100% damage, 68% damage, right? Okay, so now I get to do something cool like this, but that's still less damage than Bison doing something like this, right? He drive rushes, he's +12, and he can do, what can I do here? Is this cancel? Yeah, it is, okay. Like, I can do something like that, and I already did 2,580 damage, and I didn't even drive rush cancel. But that means I can do this and get more damage. So my first drive rush cancel is to send my damage into the level 2 area of damage. Landing a raw drive rush puts me at a level 1 area of damage. But on the defense, if I check you without a drive rush cancel, I'm doing a level 0 area of damage. I have to drive rush cancel to even get to level 1. And so if I drive rush again, I burn myself out, right? I can't do 2 drive rush cancels without burning myself out. Whereas the guy drive rushing can get level 2 damage from level 2 damage from 1 drive rush cancel, level 3 you, and then he'll gain a bunch of his drive gauge back. Whereas the checker has to burn himself out to get level 2 damage or category 2 damage, just to not make it confused with supers. So it's just completely imbalanced in terms of risk and reward with the drive rush. The drive rusher gets level 1 damage without spending a goddamn bar except for that first drive rush. And the defender has to DRC to be able to get even remotely any sort of decent damage unless they just happen to be a character that has a great EX. Like, think of that. That doesn't even work as a counter hit, right? So I gotta do some. So I probably can do something like this. Yeah, so parry can extend it a little bit, but again, like that's already 60% damage. I'm hella scaled at this point already. Whereas if I'm Bison here and I do something like this, like that's 68%. See, like that button is 68% right there. Well, that's not right, I don't think. Let's see. No, that is right. So it took me, I've already done 2,000 damage, and now my thing is scaled to 68%. Whereas if I check you with a crouching medium kick drive rush cancel, I'm at 60%, 68% on the second hit, right? Bison actually got 2 hits of 100% right there because of the drive rush. So again, the damage output potential from the drive rusher is always one category stronger than the defender gets, even if they spend equal meter. The drive rusher gets category 1 damage with no meter spent outside of the raw drive rush. The checker gets category 0 damage with no meter spent. If I decide to DRC one time, the attacker gets category 2 damage and the checker gets category 1 damage. If I just decide to spend 2 drive rush cancels, I get category 2 damage from the attacker and I only get category 1 damage from the checker. This is why drive rush is not balanced. But the thing about it is, going back to the entire original point, there is nothing about raw drive rush that is a neutral skip. It just isn't. And why I just don't consider this as a rushdown character, because everybody can do this, right? This is what everybody does. Like a good rushdown character in this game would have more ways to be plus. And like this is a more valuable way to get plus than most characters have because it's not hard to aim this. And then of course I even get the heavy one from further away and I'm +4 in that situation. So like, like this is why I say Terry is a good rushdown character because I can do stuff like this. See, I'm +5, right? That's a good rushdown right there. I spent 2 bars to get in your face and barely any cooldown. See, like I'm already gaining meter back. Whereas if I did this in the drive rush, I spent 3 bars and I have to wait 5 seconds for my drive meter to start coming back. That took a lot longer than just me doing this, right? I'm already gaining drive gauge back and I only spent 2. So that to me is an indication of what a rushdown character in this game is. Like if you play Ken, like can you say that, crouching medium kick into drive rush cancel is rushdown when Bison can do the exact same thing to me? I don't consider it rushdown. That's just the game. And so raw drive rush is also just the game. It's not skipping neutral, it's the game, right? When we talk about hyper hops in KOF, the reason why hyper hops aren't broken, even though they're super fast, is because jump CD has the most block stun. The problem is if I hit with a jump CD, it's a knockdown. Jump CDs are knockdown. So if I hyper hop with a jump CD, you block it, I get pressure, but if you get hit, I get knocked down. Not a ginormous combo, right? The other thing too is that if I do hit you with a quick hyper hop non-jump CD, like a jump D or a jump B, which is fierce or roundhouse, the hit stun's not long enough for you to get a combo off of that a lot of the time. And if you do get a combo a lot of times, it's just with light buttons, right? The problem with Drive Rush is that it gives you an easy confirm into strong buttons. That's the problem with it. Because the hyper hops have the same thing, whereas the reward you get from checking them is usually I threw out a light kick and they jump into it. Big deal. But also, I don't get murdered when I get hit by a hyper hop unless they delay their jump attack into hyper hop a little bit later, so they're deeper, so they can get a combo off of it. But if they can't, then the damage isn't that high. They got in, but you still have also like a bazillion defensive mechanics, right? So again, the Street Fighter 6 problem, like you could compare the drive rushes to the hyper hop, except you just get too much reward off the drive rush. So you could say, well, let's lower the reward off of the drive rush then. You could, but how? What do you want to do? Make it slower? You've just ruined every combo in the game. You have to rebalance the entire game, right? Make it so that it like there's not an easy way to fix it. So because drive rush is so baked into the game, like let me show you just how baked into the game drive rush is, right? Like if I do something like this, like wait, what's a good example here? Oh, this is probably a good example. Oh no, because Ken's is too fast. Okay. Uh Ken's is actually pretty good. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, okay. So there you go. That's a great example right there with Bison, right? If I do jab drive rush into standing strong, you see how it misses by 2 frames? Like you see down there on the yellow bar, there's 2 gaps there. Well, this is 8 frames and this is 6 frames, right? So if I do this, it's still not a combo by 1 frame. By 1 frame. Literally by 1 frame. And that is not an accident. That's not an accident. They have this very mathematically calculated. Most characters cannot do light drive rush cancel into medium. Most characters cannot do this. You have to do light canceled into light. And every time it misses, it's always by 1 frame because they've calculated everything. So if we slow it down, like you break all these combos, and if you do this, and like you check, like you literally have to rebalance the entire game if you change the frame data of a drive rush. A lot of these combos that link off of these cancels are doing so literally on the 1 frame. So you slow down a drive rush even by 1 frame, you've broken a bunch of combos. You can't do it. That's the problem. Oh, don't get me started on Isla, Chad Mushroom. I'm really salty about Isla because I really liked Isla when she first came out because I love the 6B into all the hopping shenanigans. And instead of buffing all of that, they buffed the KOF stuff about Isla. So in the end, Isla became top tier by being a KOF character as opposed to being super interesting air movement, hoppy, can you control her? I spent hours in the training mode with Isla making sure that I could properly do like hop into jump over, hop into neutral, and a hop into this, and like coming up with all these different variations to be tricky. And now she's jump CD, stand jab the character, and it's just like, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Right. So most characters, when they have to do this, they have to do jab into a medium like this. And that's not a problem because as you can see, that medium punch is already scaled to 59%, right? So like I'm not getting any damage off this, right? Like am I really going to get much damage off of this? Not much. So it's fine. Wait, what was that? That was standing, so recording here. If I do this, I am +8. So I can actually do like something like that, right? But look, that's only 1500 damage, right? That's not much at all. So that's fine. Does this combo? No, it does not. I didn't think so. Okay. So it's not that bad, right? It's really not that bad. But if you change the frame data on Drive Rush, now you have to fix all the combos, every combo. And that includes juggle combos too. Because remember, like check this out here with Kimberly. If I do this, like that's a 5 frame button that hits, right? Drive rush jab is a 5-frame button. What happens if I do a 6-frame button? It's too slow. It's too slow. Do you think that this is an accident? Or do you think Capcom programmed this launch to be a very specific height so that Drive Rush 5 frame gets the juggle, but Drive Rush 6 frame does not? There is zero chance that this happened by accident. This wasn't done intentionally. So once again, if I change the speed of a Drive Rush here at the startup, I don't get this combo anymore either. So you can't just change the frame data on a Drive Rush to try to fix raw Drive Rushes. You break the entire game. So how do you balance it? And so that's why I said, now if I check you with Kimberly standing medium kick here, as you can see, hers is pathetic and is only +1 on hit. So on punish counter, I'd only get +5. But at least if I got +5, I'd be able to do like let's just say I do I'm just gonna mimic it, right? So like I could do something like this and get 1600 damage, and extend it a little bit. Like she still wouldn't get much damage off of checking a Drive Rush with this button, so I'd be really sad as a Kimberly player, but that's a whole nother story. But just make it so that if you check Drive Rushes, you can murder them as badly as they can murder you. So now people can make the mistake of Drive Rushing one time in a really predictable, obvious time. The opponent hits them and they die. So now, just like jumps, you have to learn to mask your Drive Rush better, or try to get closer so that you can Drive Rush with a light button, which will interrupt a lot of people's attempt to check you with a slower medium button. Like if I'm standing at this range and Bison's like, ho, I'm gonna standing medium kick your Drive Rush like this. And if I'm Kimberly, I can use my walk speed to get a little closer and then do that. And the timing that you would normally do to try to check the Drive Rush, you'd get hit by my Drive Rush light. But that would make it so that using Drive Rush in neutral is more intentional and more intelligently done, right? And so it wouldn't be, like, people wouldn't be mad about it anymore. Like, the crazy thing is, if I didn't nerf Drive Rushes on the offensive side at all, and yet by adding that, people wouldn't hate Drive Rush. In fact, some people would be like, come on, Drive Rush, and they Drive Rush, and I hit them one time, and I get to murder them because they had 60% life, and I had a level 3 and a full drive gauge, and I already have my combo mapped out that does 6,000 damage. I'd be like, please Drive Rush at me. And I hit them, and they die. All of a sudden, you're not mad about Drive Rushes anymore. Like, people have to understand how to balance fighting games, man. They do. Like, seriously, they do. Oh, man. There's also larger drive economy consideration because with lights, you're spending half the gauge plus additional drive recovery lockout for less damage. Yeah, exactly. So, the point being, going all the way back to the original thing that started this is, one, this is not a neutral skip, right? That's not a neutral. That's just neutral. That's neutral. And being able to cancel into Drive Rush, I don't consider it like everybody has to be rushed down. That's just, this is normal. This is what everybody does. So I can't consider it rush down because rush down has to be more aggression than what the norm is. So I don't consider it that every character in this game is rushdown. Now, if you are a person who favors rushdown, this certainly at least makes it feel like you're being aggressive, which feels great. But if you want a specific character with more rushdown, you would have to pick someone like Terry that has, better neutral skips and stuff like that. someone did ask in the chat, what do you consider a neutral skip? Uh, Anything outside the norm, right? Like, I'll tell you this right now, like, Kimberly doesn't have a neutral skip. Like I'm gonna say that, and everyone's gonna get super mad because Kimberly is queen of neutral skip, right? But she doesn't have a neutral skip. She really doesn't, because when you're at this range, she can't really do anything, right? So at this range, sure, I've got like run, slide. I've got like teleport. I can EX teleport. I can even run overhead because it kind of reaches pretty far, right? Like, or I can try to slide at you or just dry brush it. These are all great quote neutral skips, right? That kills all of them. This kills all of them. Be at this range where Kimberly can neutral skip and neutral jump. And just make sure you have your cross up button ready to go to beat the slide, right? Like, all you have to do is like this, right? And if Kimberly tries the neutral skip, like, you can cross her up. Whoops. Oh God, the replay is on auto. So if I try to neutral skip, see, I got punished, right? It's really hard for me to time it at this side. But again, like, if I teleport, I lose. If I teleport like this, I lose. If I slide, I lose. If I try forward heavy kick, I lose. If I try to do run overhead kick like this, if I'm like not at the perfect timing, I lose. Like, everything Kimberly does at this range loses to neutral jump. Just neutral jump at this range. She can't she can't neutral skip here. I can try to do overhead. I die. Like I said, I run slide. I get hit by a cross up. I teleport and I die. I teleport and I die. Well, it's because that thing doesn't reach far enough, unfortunately. If you have a cross up that reaches a lot farther, you will die, right? So, like, literally, like, seriously, John, like, when you get at this range, just neutral jump. And, like, when you get in this range, neutral jump. It's just like when you fight Bison, you try to neutral jump the scissor kick. When you get this range, you just try to neutral jump Kimberly. And now she can't hit you. Like, what is she going to anti-air you with from here? How does she anti-air you from here? She can't. She literally can't anti-air you from here. The best she can do is try to do like run stop in the Tatsu or something like that. And if she's that prescient, like, she deserves the win at that point, right? Like, she literally deserves the win. So if that's the case, then Kimberly wants to come closer so that she can punish the neutral jump like this. Well, as soon as she walks into this range, none of her neutral skips work anymore. So now you just fight her knowing that she has no button that outreaches any of your buttons. Like, what is she gonna do, right? Like, Bison murders her at this range because I've got a crouching medium kick that's amazing, that's farther range than Kimberly's standing medium kick, right? Like I can come over here and like hit you here, but if I can hit her from here, right? If I switch to Kimberly here, like, I can't hit you, right? I can't hit you. So Bison just comes over here. He's like, oh, okay, little too far, right? And so I can just do this. Oh, come on. All right, we'll try one more time. Right? So Bison can hit you. But the point is that my standing medium kick is supposed to be the same range as crouching medium kicks. It isn't, it's a special case here because Bison has the longest crouching medium kick. But the thing about it is, Bison also has standing medium kick. This button reaches farther than everything Kimberly has. I have a button that reaches decidedly farther than my crouching medium kick to make you scared. I also have standing heavy punch, which reaches even farther than that. And guess what? This move, like, is only -1 on block, right? Like, and then I can scissor kick you from this range, and I'm -5, but you can't hit me. Meanwhile, Kimberly at this range, what does she have that hits farther Then stand medium kick here. Nothing. She has nothing. Heavy punch? Nope. Nothing. Sweep? Sweep has like one more pixel than standing medium kick. Barely farther. Right? What, she's gonna do this and you block it and jab her out of the air so she doesn't really have a mix up? And it also takes 27 frames to start up. Is she gonna slide at this range? When she slides, she's always -5 or worse. You can always kill her. The only way to get safe plus frames is at the range where if you neutral jump, she dies. So if she's at this range, you neutral jump. When she's at this range, you just neutral her to death. Because she can't beat your neutral. So the reason why I say Terry has a neutral skip and Kimberly does not, because Kimberly doesn't have anything that can get her through this distance to keep offense. She literally doesn't. She has nothing. She has nothing. I can't do this. That's -12. I can't do that one. That's -4, right? Like I have to try to space this at like the magical range to get the -2. But that range is like pixels wide. And if I mess up, I die. Slide dies. You know, the only thing safe on block is run overhead. That takes 20 frames. Or this move, which takes 22 frames to hit you. So, like, if you're just hitting buttons like this, I get thrown out of these things. I get punched out of these things all the time. What she has to do is dance around, be with her foot speed, make you whip, and then whiff punish you. And if you suck at whiff punishing like me, then you can't do anything. What's up, Gabriel or Gabriel? No Tetris today. No Tetris today. Anyways, I shouldn't have used Kimberly because I got angry. But most characters don't have that kind of neutral skip, right? Like even if you're Chun-Li, for example, and the enemy is blocking here, like light one is what, -5, heavy one is -1, right? So like even this is not a neutral skip because I lose my turn. This is -3. The medium one is -3. This one also has 33 frames of startup, so it gets hit a lot errantly. But even if you block it, it's still Bison's turn, right? So what am I gonna do? EX legs is -3. Light legs is -8. Only heavy legs is, oh no, that's still -3. I thought heavy legs was better than, oh, it's when you're in burnout. That's right, that heavy legs works. So in other words, Chun-Li doesn't really have a good way to get in and be plus. And so because Terry has that, whoops, that wasn't it right there. Boom, I'm +1, right? I get to launch at you, and that's only, look at that. That is a, actually that's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21 frame startup. So this is a 21 frame startup because it's not hitting on the first active frame. But you know, like there's so many ways to like shield yourself, right? Like I can, oh, that's too close, okay. But I can do stuff like that, right? Or I can do stuff like this, and I'm +3, right? So Terry just a lot of ways to get in on people like that. This is why I consider him to have a neutral skip. Mai is a good one. This is a great neutral skip, obviously. That's neutral skip the move, right? A lot of people say that Alex's neutral skip is this sucker. Because, yeah, I'm +3, right? And I can aim it so that it goes pretty far, right? I can't aim, yeah, see, I can aim this move because normally it goes that far. But I can, whoops, I can make it go a lot farther here. And I'm +2. And so, yeah, this is a neutral skip for Alex as well, right? So those are the moves that I consider neutral skips. Like I said, Kimberly's best neutral skip is that. That's the best neutral skip that she has. It's +1. But as you see there, that's freaking 29 frames of startup, dude. Like, that's 29 frames. Like, it takes 29 frames for this to hit you at the fastest. Even the OD one takes 25 frames. This just gets hit by pokes a lot. This gets hit by pokes a lot. And it's only +1, so she can't even throw you anyway, right? Like, I have never been able to use this move as a neutral skip. Let's just put it that way. I just never ever use that. Well, proxy block is not necessarily all that bad in this game. It's just certain moves, right? Like when Ryu's proxy block on forward heavy punch a long time ago, this move was brutal as a proximity block, but now they changed it so it's not. It's really just dependent on how they want to balance the move. That's it. You can make the proxy block good or bad. If they got rid of proxy block, I'm not sure. It would be too hard to hit anybody in this game. It would be too hard to hit anybody. You would have to make everybody's moves hit even farther. Because if you could walk away from a move like while they're swinging it, right? Like I would never hit anybody with this button. He would just be able to walk away like every time, and then I would just miss and die. Like it would be way too hard to hit anybody. Can you set up Kim's neutral skip by whiff punishing effectively, making the opponent? Yeah. You can, but again, the hardest thing about that is, I mean, her foot speed is very good for that. That is what you're supposed to do. This is where I have trouble because I can't whiff punish for shit, and Kim can't win the neutral without whiff punishing. So this is why I have trouble winning with this character because I can't whiff punish at all, and that's how Kimberly wins the neutral. But the thing about it is, so I always call this the standard range. I wish I had a better name for it. But this is the range that Kim's standing medium kick and everybody's cancelable crouching medium kick ranges. What the range of that button is. This is standard range. So almost every cancelable crouching medium kick is about this. And in fact, Kimberly, in terms of the ranges, she's right in the middle. So like Mai has a shorter crouching medium kick, but Bison has a longer crouching medium kick, right? So it's just about this range right here. Every character, when you play neutral at that range with this button, with the standard button here, every character has a button that reaches farther. And some of them have buttons that reach significantly farther. Every character has this button. And the reason why that button is important is because when you're dancing outside of the standard, so she's dancing outside of my crouching medium kick, I can sneak in with this, I can sneak in with this. So when Kimberly is at the standard range, or anybody's at the standard range, you could sneak in with a heavier button and they might walk into it by accident. And so like they have to be more careful. And then a lot of these buttons that are like -4 on block, like what's a good example? There's there's a lot of heavy kicks that reach really far that are -4 on block that you got to walk up and block, and then you can punish it a little bit easier, right? So like now you can kind of have this little mind game, mini game thing. The problem is that Kimberly has nothing that reaches farther than the standard range. So if you're fighting against Kimberly, when she's at the standard range, you can't be hit by anything. There's nothing that can hit you from this range that if you block, you can't kill her for doing it. And so you have to realize when you're at this range from Kimberly, she is very weak. The best thing she has is that you don't do anything and she sneaks in a standing heavy punch like this. But again, her standing heavy punch has no range. Everyone's like, oh my God, this move has so much range. This move has less range than her standing medium kick, right? Like it just has less range than this button here. Like she can't hit anybody with this thing. Her standing heavy kick is plus, but like it doesn't hit crouchers until she's point blank, right? Right? So like she can't use this button. Like this thing just doesn't hit. It just doesn't hit. So like she can't really use that button. So what you have to do is you have to fight. You want to suck Kimberly into this range right here. You want to get her here because every character is has more power with their footsies through a long range button at this range against Kimberly. You do have to be careful because obviously she's going to try to walk into the standard range. And so you're going to throw out your crouching medium kick. And so then she walks in and walks out. You whiff your crouch medium kick. And then she gets to whiff punish you, right? So, like, I'll be like, woohoo, and then I get to whiff punish you like this, right? But if you suck like me and you can't whiff punish anything to save your life, then it's not a problem. But yeah, this is exactly how Kimberly has to play. But again, that means when she's walking around like this, if she wants to whiff punish you, she's not pressing any buttons, right? So you can actually walk at her a little bit more and sneak in. So like if she's at this range, try to fight. And again, her standard button is a standing move like this. So Kimberly's are not crouching randomly because Kimberly's crouching buttons don't do anything, right? Like sweep maybe, but she's not going to be doing any of these in neutral. Her crouching heavy punch certainly doesn't do anything here. So she's not crouching. And so when you fight Kimberly's a lot, you can actually just like walk up and do that and catch them a lot while they're walking back and forth. And the problem is they can't stop you from moving forward because she doesn't have a button that reaches farther than this. She's losing a very crucial button in neutral. And so whenever I fight characters that have incredible range, like I just don't know what to do against them half the time. I really don't know how to fight them very well, but again, I can't whiff punish. If I was better at whiff punishing, then my Kimberly would actually perform significantly better than it does. But that doesn't take away from the fact that she does have this weakness. So it's crazy that way, right? So yeah, you can get them scared to poke, but I just don't know, like, it's so risky because, like I said, if you're just sitting here trying to whiff punish all day, you're at a range where you can't hit them, but they can hit you, right? So they can just do stuff like this, or they can just be surprise you with something like this. It's basically at that range, she's missing an entire tool. So you see a lot of Kimberly's do this. They backdash so they can try to get a perfect slide like this. See, look at that. 0 frames, right? Yay. That's the best it can be on block, by the way, is 0. So if you ever block the slide, swing with your 4 frame because the best is 0. The best is 0. But let me show you a secret about that. Oh, I can't hit you with it anymore. All right, so crouch. Oh, cool. It's Oh, I'm standing. Oh, I can't hit you with it anymore. All right, let me get to this distance here. Okay, cool. That's -1. So let's do this. Whoops, still too far away. Let's do. Whoop, that's probably too close here. If I do this, okay, there we go. 0 frames, right? That. Oops, I have to. I saved it. I saved over it. Shoot. That's -2. That's a miss. That's a miss. Okay, there we go. That's 0. That's 0 on block, right? All right, so now I crouch again. And now all of a sudden, like, I'm -1, right? You see how much precision that you have to land this move? I have to be at this distance in order for this move to be even a remote threat. And you see that? You see that? So this is the distance that I catch you while you're standing, right? If I move like here, I'm suddenly -5. I'm punishable now. Like, I didn't even go anywhere. And now I'm -5. The slide is not that much of a threat, honestly. If Bison gets a perfect parry on the slide, he gets whatever the hell he wants. Because the recovery is 16 frames afterwards. So if you perfect parry the very last frame of that, you can do whatever you want against her. You kill her with anything. What topic are we discussing? Nothing, nothing. It's none of the highlighted ones. We still haven't started yet. I just got onto this whole thing about neutral skips and rush down and all this other stuff, and then it turned into yet another Kimberly complaining episode. So I gotta move on. Let's talk about other stuff, shall we? I'm telling you, man, Kimberly has so much weakness, and nobody knows how to fight her. Nobody knows how to fight her because they don't realize when you get her in this distance, she's really weak at this range. She's really, really weak at this range because I don't have something that hits farther than the standard. And it's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. So, and then again, when she's over here, your neutral skips, like I said, she dies to neutral jump. I've told people this a million times, and it's crazy that people still don't know this. Just neutral jump and hit a button, and all of a sudden, like, she can't do anything anymore. Like, I'll teleport. Whoops. Did I actually hit the. But I did. I hit it too early. Okay. Like, I die, same timing, like I died, same timing. I died, same timing. I don't hit you, and you're +7, right? What else does she have as a neutral skip here? Oh, I died. Let's try to do overhead. Oh, I died. Let's try to do forward heavy kick. Oh, I died. Let's try to do drive rush, right? Oh crap! Like like it. She doesn't have like just neutral jump at this range, man. Just do it. She doesn't have a way to kill you out of this. She just doesn't have a way to kill you with this. Well, so Kimberly gets her ass whooped by Zangief. I hate that fight so much. If you actually look up EWC last year, where I think it was Junior or it was JR or Kobayan who fought Shine, and it was just like the most depressing thing I've ever seen. It's just so depressing because Kimberly versus Zangief is just like one of the most terrifyingly helpless fights that exists in the game. This move, by the way, is really good against Zangief, but if Kimberly's abuse this, level one will catch her. So if you know Kimberly's like because Zangief does have a hard time stopping this move here. This move is very annoying for Zangief players, but if they abuse it, you can level one her as she's flying away, and it does a crap ton of damage. But outside of that, yeah, you've just at this range here, Zangief can hit you with standing heavy punch. He can knee, and the knee can whiff. He can hit you with crouching medium kick, and she can't hit any of those. She can't hit you with anything. So it's a hard fight. It's a hard fight. So yeah, so Corel Nane actually like knows too. Like that is not a good fight. That is not a fun fight at all. I hate that fight so much. Um, okay, let's talk about all this other stuff, shall we? Let's actually talk about the topics here. Oh man, God, I wish I wasn't so bitter about Kimberly. To be honest, I wish I wasn't. But the thing that drives me the most nuts about Kimberly, I think the thing that drives me the most nuts about Kimberly, I don't even think she's bad. I think she's great in the game. I think she's fine. I just hate it because so many people out there are like, oh my god, there's no way Kimberly is not top tier. Oh my god, Kimberly is clearly one of the best characters in the game. I had someone tell me that Kimberly has no weaknesses like Mai. That she is just like Mai and has zero weaknesses in the game. And someone else tell me she has 8 neutral skips, and I'm like, name all 8 of them. And he never answered me. He never answered me. I was like, what are all of her neutral skips? And I guarantee you, 7 of them lose the neutral jump. What are her 8 neutral skips? Never answered me. Just all these people out there always like, oh my god, Kimberly's broken. She's so good. She's so good. And like, they just don't know how to fight her. Yeah, Mai has weaknesses, but she can cover them up too well. That's the problem. All right, let's talk about obviously at Summer Games Fest. Let me start it this way. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Clearly, everybody is aware by this point now that the Summer Games Fest happened this last weekend, and as they do with every year, they have announced the new season pass for Street Fighter 6. And we were all sitting there waiting to see what happened, and we got the announcement, and it was four new characters that have never appeared in a Street Fighter game before. And let me tell you something, the internet exploded. Exploded. Holy crap, people were mad. Holy crap, people were mad. Like, I haven't seen people this mad since Tekken 8's Season 2 patch. I have not seen this many people this mad at a game since then. Let's take a watch of this, shall we? Let's actually watch this a little bit here. Let's turn this on here, and so let's do this.
Street Fighter 6 is already entering year 4, but I can sense that we already have new challengers on the horizon. Fascinating.
So yeah, apparently the Tifa rumors were true. And as I said, JNV, none of these characters have appeared as playable characters in Street Fighter 6 up to this point. He was in the Oral Tour, but always as somebody that you fought. And he never really seemed like he had a fully fleshed out move list. So we have basically no idea what he does. So I don't count that, basically. So he's still brand new to Street Fighter because we've never been able to really use him before. So a lot of people obviously are very mad about this. And let's be clear here too. Like, the salt from a lot of players that has them all just being like, this is the worst season pass I've ever seen. These characters are so stupid. Like, I'm so uninterested. Blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. Because a lot of people are really mad. And every time Street Fighter posts anything, like, the comments right now are just littered with, like, you know, I hope you die in a fire. Like, you are the worst people ever. Like, it is bad. Like, it's really, really bad. I don't think most people hate the characters as much as they are mad that they are not getting their favorite character. I don't think anybody's truly mad that we're getting new characters, is that we are getting zero old characters. And I think that's the problem. But yeah, like John the Automaton say, the biggest problem is that, like, everybody wants their favorite. Like, I saw somebody be like, I guess I'll never get Hugo in my game. And I was like, Hugo? Whoa, like, wait, like, you are fighting a losing battle here. You are fighting a very, very losing battle, especially because they're from Metro City, and apparently this game is allergic to characters originally from Metro City, right? So, like, you are having, like, no one was going to be happy. However, to be fair, I will say that, like, let's say you did want Hugo and Makoto showed up and you see all these people that are happy for Makoto, you would just be like, you know what? I probably will never get Hugo because he's a losing battle. But at least those guys got Makoto. Like even if you hate the character sometimes, you can be like, well, I'm glad these people have gotten their character. Except when the character has literally like not existed outside of like, weird versus games, one that like never showed up in the arcade and only appeared on a portable console for absolutely no reason, and the other one being not exactly the greatest fighting game, just so they didn't waste the concept of a character. So nobody has actually played this character. Being excited for that character is completely fraudulent, and you guys are making a huge mistake, and that character sucks. Anyways, so the thing about it is like, you're kind of happy that people got their character, right? And so I think most people here are just really kind of mad that there's no returning characters. And the thing about it is, this is not a problem of Street Fighter 6 being assholes and not giving you characters that you want. This is just from the fact that we only get 4 characters a year. That's really what it is. There's not enough room. Like some people were like, I think everybody would be okay if there were like 2 returning characters and 2 new characters. And I'm like, no, they wouldn't. Do you not remember the last season? Do you not remember? I'm sorry, the 2 seasons ago, the Terry and Mai season. People were really pissed about that too. They were like, you just wasted 2 slots on guest characters. What the hell? Give me my Street Fighter. Like, this is so point. Like, you guys suck, right? Like, people were mad there too. So, like, the problem really, honestly, is we just don't have enough characters. And 4 a year is really low. And it is a really big risk on their part to do this too. Like they kind of took a gamble on this. But the funny thing is, like, I feel like they thought that this gamble would actually work, because in a lot of the past seasons, everyone's like, where's the new characters? Aki is the only new character. Why is everybody returning? Where are the new characters? And so they're like, we'll show them, we'll surprise them with all new characters. And then everybody's like, this sucks. None of us want new characters. We just want all of our returning favorites. And you're just like, oh boy, okay, oh man. But yeah, the 4 characters a year is a big problem. I don't know if people wanted Tifa, but people are like, you suck, Capcom, you've ruined your game. And then you look at the Steam charts the day after it was announced, and the Season 4 pass was like in the top 10 of Steam sales. Like, literally, the Season 4 pass was like in the top 10 of Steam sales at that day. Like, there are a lot of happy people about Tifa, right? Like, I don't think, like, again, the one other hard part is that we're all just in an echo chamber online. And so that's all we hear is just, the fans. Like, we hear the hardcore fans. And we make up a pretty small portion of the fan base of the game. I keep saying this, but like, if you look at Japanese Street Fighter Twitter, it's just a bunch of people being like, oh my god, I made it to platinum. Oh my god, I got to Diamond 4. I never thought. Like, oh, I made it to Master. Like, dude, like, the rabid fan base for this game in Japan is not the core audience that we're interacting with on Twitter. If you're talking to me on Twitter about Street Fighter 6, you are already in a very specific category. You know what I mean? Right. Ingrid drops, and it has the highest number of concurrents on Steam charts ever. Do theme charts mean anything? Maybe not. Probably not. We shouldn't use it. But it doesn't matter. At the end of year 3, it has the highest concurrent ever, right when, they dropped a new character. I mean, Like, no fighting game has ever been able to say that. Like, literally, no fighting game could ever say that. Like, it's never happened for a fighting game, in my opinion. So the people, like, people on Twitter who are being angry are being really, really angry. And I'm going to do my tinfoil hat thing here, okay? Let me do a tinfoil hat thing here. And before I do that, I want to address Popo's question here. Could never understand jug drinking water. When you find out you have ADHD, you have to curate your life to remove as many gates as possible that block you from doing normal things. Drinking out of a gallon of water like that means the amount of times that I have to refill it or replace it is extremely minimal. So I keep drinking the water here. I used to have water bottles sitting right behind me over there. And whenever I finished a water bottle, like, I could turn around, grab a water bottle, open it, and drink it. But my brain was like, I don't feel like it right now. Gates, gates. One, I have to turn around. Two, I have to open the bottle. And how long is that bottle gonna last? I'm gonna have to get another one really soon, too. What's the point? So that is why I drink a gallon of water, because it requires the least amount of work to replenish, and it ensures that I actually drink water while streaming. Yeah, T-Man, exactly. Like, you know, like, certain characters, God knows why, appeals to people, like, and got them to all play the game. And, you know, if that creates a bunch of new players, I think that's cool. I think that's great. As soon as he said when you have ADHD, I knew he was gonna be spitting fire. Dude, it's crazy, right? Anyone who has ADHD knows exactly what it is. Let's see. I had a theory, sir, that the SF6 dev team could have a surprise one or two characters simultaneously release alongside a Street Fighter 6. It would both be unexpected and excellent if they are free. So JDP, that is my tinfoil hat theory. They said they're ending World Tour. They gave us 4 brand new characters with the season pass. This is the latest we've ever gotten a season update. Again, look at the names of the updates. Look at the names of the patches that we have in the game. All right, look, I'll show you guys the patch names. If we look at the patch names, there's a consistency to the naming scheme here. It is always date, update, date, update, date, update. The season 2 pass was blah, blah, blah version. So it's the April 2024 version. And then exact date update, exact date update, exact date update, exact date update. And then the June 2025 version. Look at every update since then. It's date update every month. See, like 1, 2, 3, and then 2 in October, November, January, there's a March, there's an April, there's a May. In other words, they haven't given us a new version yet. Like, this was their official season 2 patch. This is their official season 3 patch. We don't have an official season 4 patch. And Yasmin comes out in August after EVO, after EWC, where there's a lot of stakes on the line. It's hard for me not to sit here and be like, so the August one is going to be so if it's August 3rd, it will be the 202608 version. We'll redo a bunch of the system mechanics, and probably we'll have Super World Tour. And like, what if it actually, I tweeted this just today. I was like, what if it actually has like Claw and like Makoto as characters that are just there for free? Like, what if that actually happened? Like, I feel like this is actually a good possibility. Now, this could 100% be copium, and, you know, I'll say when it doesn't happen, I will be super disappointed. But it's very, very possible. It's very, very possible because there's a lot of weirdness going on here, right? Maybe they have something that's bigger than World Tour, so they're ending this World Tour, and the next update has something crazier than World Tour, right? Maybe they're trying to find something that people would interact with more. They're certainly beefing up the Avatar stuff, so maybe they have a lot of crazy things planned. They've been weirdly silent about things, and if I was Capcom and I was like, you know what? Let's release this trailer for the season DLC of all new characters, and let's watch everybody get pissed off. This will be fun. like if I had the choice between having like say like 2 or 3 or 4 returning characters with Super Street Fighter 6 and creating a DLC season with 4 brand new characters, or like swapping 2 of them so we have 2 returning and 2 new, and then the season pass is 2 returning and 2 new, I would do all 4 new characters in the season pass if I was going to announce it first to watch everybody get pissed off, and then come out with like Super Street Fighter 6 and be like, here's your 2 or 3 returning characters, now shut up, and they're free. And then like I tweeted, I was like, everybody had better be on like the amazing apology tour if that actually happens, okay? I don't know. Yeah, and like there is a Street Fighter anniversary coming up, etc., etc. Like, there's just like, we don't know what's going on, and it does make me frustrated to see everybody so angry. And you know, obviously, a lot of people are gonna be like, "Well, you work for Capcom, of course you're gonna be blah blah blah." I mean, I just spent like an hour talking about how I would change the drive rush system and everything, you know, and like, oh yeah, like. I can't even refer to certain characters by name, right? Like, oh God. So like, the problem is I see this everywhere. I see this in every game, right? Like every game that comes out, people are just mad. There are people even being mad about VF6. How are you mad about VF6? That looks like the most amazing game in the world right now. That game looks phenomenal, right? But people are just mad everywhere, just upset everywhere, and I'm sick of it. Now, I happen to be a part of the Street Fighter community, so of course I'm gonna speak out when I see this happening, because I'm not gonna be like, why are you guys so mad at the Tekken Season 2 patch? I don't know Tekken well enough. I'm not gonna try to make any claim that it's fine. Like, I'm not gonna do that. But like here in Street Fighter 6, I can be like, look, this is cool. Like, dude, I don't care what anybody says. Okay, hang on a second. Let me answer some stuff over here. They said they have something special for the 40th anniversary. Like, that sounds amazing. We are at a point that they would go into a new version of Street Fighter V. Yeah, exactly. So it feels like the right time, right, to have a new version of Street Fighter 6. There's something I don't see people talking about, the Tifa story. She's video game royalty. Capcom only got the chance to put her in SF6 because of how well it's done and the trust it's earned. Tekken failed to get her despite having had Noctis. The opportunity may never come again because there's no guarantee that the future Street Fighters will be as successful. So I think we should put our preferences aside and be happy that SF6 has managed to get us such a rare and special opportunity. So again, if we had a season pass that was Makoto, Cody, and Sakura, and Tifa, I think people would be losing their shit right now. I really think people would be losing their shit right now. The problem is just that everybody's just mad that no returning characters came, and what that does is psychologically make you hate everything. I really don't think as many people hate Tifa being in the game as it sounds. Like everyone's like, I don't care about Tifa. No, you're just mad because they didn't put Sakura in the game. And so now everything sucks. And so fuck Tifa. She's taking up Sakura's spot. But if Sakura came with Tifa, all the Sakura fans would be like, best pass ever. And I get Tifa? This is sick. You know what I mean? Like, that, that's how it goes, right? Oh, don't worry, Virgo. I knew exactly what you were saying. I knew exactly what you were saying. So I kind of turned it into the way that you were trying to mention it. So like, it's crazy. Yeah, like the Steam sales were going through the roof, right? Like, it's crazy. Yeah, there's a few people who don't want guests. I am not a fan of guests in Street Fighter, but I feel like certain ones can fit. I'm not mad about Maya and Terry. I am a little concerned about Tifa because I don't want them to go too crazy with guest characters, and this is yet another reason why I was worried about certain people appearing in Street Fighter 6 because it opens the door to do crazier, weirder things. And I was very scared of that. And it's happening. It's happening. So one of many reasons why I wished certain characters would have never shown up in any mainline Street Fighter game. So you saw my tweet about that, right, Smack Dave? Did you see my tweet about that? I thought it was genius, but like I had to ruin it by just like walking it back so bad because I was so scared. I basically tweeted, I was like, oh, actually, I think the leaker got it wrong. It didn't say Tifa, it said FIFA. And what that meant was they're actually adding Lionel Messi to the game. Like, I thought that was a great joke, dude. I thought it was a great joke, but I had to put at the end of it, I was like, I'm just joking. I wanted to make this dumb joke. Like, people are gonna find a way to get mad at me for this, so I'm just letting you know right now, please just let me make this dumb joke. So, oh man. Yeah, I mean, that's just a thing, right? It goes either way. Guest characters, I mean, especially with the way Street Fighter 6 has been doing it, because, I mean, honestly, Mai and Terry are like cooler in Street Fighter 6. God, I'm glad Olaf and Kitty aren't here. Mai and Terry are the coolest they've ever been since CVS. I like seeing when Capcom handles the SNK characters. I think they make them so cool. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think Mai and Terry are cool in all the SNK games, but like, bro, like Terry. I just think he's just like the way he plays. It's just really neat. And Mai, obviously, like nowadays everyone's just like, when she first showed up, everyone was like, oh my god, why does she look so ugly? And now she's like the hottest thing ever. As soon as you put her on the chair in the versus screen, like that ended everything. Oh, okay, Smash Ultimate. Oh, I agree, coming from a KOF fan. Well, there you go. Thank you for the validation, Valchrist. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And so, who was it that was saying that up there? Was it JDP or John? Tifa is kind of royalty, right? So, like, you get Tifa in a fighting game, that is a really big fucking deal. Because the last time she was in a fighting game, we tried our best to bless the ring, but it was a pretty crappy fighting game, okay? So, to get Tifa, And even in that discussion, they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna do stuff with the materia system, right, from Final Fantasy VII." It sounded like this was gonna be an overall thing. So, what if they actually do make some crazy like role-playing mode instead of World Tour, where you can actually like build up materia or something like that? Like, there's so much craziness about Tifa being in the game. The problem is that because no returning characters are in the past, it feels like she's taking a spot away from a potential returning character. That is the concern. That's where everybody is mad about. They're not mad that these characters, Tifa or the three new characters, are showing up. They're mad because the spots which are so like valuable that they're taking up is could have been their favorite character. Even the likeliness of having Hugo isn't high. The likeliness of having Sodom isn't high. But like these are spots that could have been used to make one fan base happy. Because even if you are like a person who likes really wants Sodom in the game, like me, right? Like I really want Sodom in the game for many reasons. Even if Makoto and Sakura showed up, and I'm like, I like I'm happy about Makoto. I'd be a little indifferent about Sakura, but them showing up gets them out of the way for season 5. So it actually increases even more the chance that I get Sodom in season 5. By having a season pass with 4 brand new characters, season 5 is going to be just as unlikely to get Hugo or Guy or somebody like that, right? Like that's where the intense hatred and frustration comes in. Because you're not even improving the chances of your favorite character showing up by not having any other character show up. Um, yeah, see, look, like Popo wants Rufus in there. Like, that's cool. But yeah, so like being mad about the spots is legit. But people don't know how to think critically on the internet, right? So, like, yes, I'm being this guy now. I'm now criticizing the stupidity of the internet. Like, nobody knows how to critically think on the internet. So, when they see this season pass with no new characters, and they're mad because that doesn't increase the chance of their character and also doesn't include their character, it just instantly turns to fuck this sucks, everybody should die at Capcom, and I hate every single one of them. Instead of, look, it's neat that, like I said in my tweet, I said, you can be disappointed and be excited for the new characters at the same time. This is actually a possible thing. I think Yasmin looks kind of cool. And I'm kind of excited that a lot of Filipino people are stoked to finally have representation in their game. And for me, I've always been a fan of having cultural fighters in a game because that's how I always pictured Street Fighter. It's the blood sport, but in a video game form, right? So you watch Bloodsport and it's like you see all these different fighting styles. And for me, that's what I always liked about Street Fighter. That's why I hate characters that don't fall under that. This is why I don't like Q and Necro and 12. I hated Rose when she first came out. You know what I mean? Like, I actually really disliked Sakura when she came out in Alpha 2. Like, people like James likes all the girls, you know? No, I actually hated Sakura in Alpha 2 because I was like, she should just be dead. She's a freaking high school girl. Like, she should just be dead. Like, that's it. Like, she shouldn't be able to beat a goddamn... But at the same time, I loved Armika because that was a real thing. Japan had the Women Wrestling League, and even the attack where they fly at you with their ass is a real move that they do. It's a turnbuckle move. They throw you off the ropes, they run at you and launch at you with their ass. So, like, Armika was replicating a real fighting style. Hakan was was repping a real fighting game style, and I still think Dudley is like one of the coolest characters in Street Fighter history, because as a boxer, like he is the best boxer fighting game character in all of fighting games. Like, you can't do a boxer in a fighting game better than Dudley, in my opinion. Third Strike Dudley is like the coolest thing ever. Like, honestly, he's the coolest thing ever. So, you know, I've always preferred it that way, right? So for me, like, Yasmin looks kind of exciting. I don't know. You know, when we were playing Alpha 3, I don't know what age Armika was. I had no idea, but she just has a background in fighting. Like, she has a background, like, she's fighting. She has trainers, and she does, like, as long as, like, I wasn't enamored with her because I didn't like her personality, but, like, I still preferred Ibuki to all those other characters because she's a ninja, and ninjas have a fighting style. So, like, cool, we have a ninja now. Like, we have the real straight up ninja, not like Guy or something like that, right? So, you know, I mean, obviously, it would have been cool if Geki came back somehow, but I don't know if he's ever going to show up again. Yeah, I saw that Yasmin is a high schooler. I'm not loving that. But that's a whole nother story, honestly. Did Street Fighter 6? Well, no, because at the end of Street Fighter 5, she became Zangief. She became Zangief's apprentice. Do they actually say she was his apprentice all along? Because in 5, that definitely happened in the story mode. Well, right. So Rick, Vanessa, and Steve Fox are boxers, but they're not like when Dudley boxes, like they gave him like 900 target combos, and every single one of them are like alternating hands. Like, watch it. Like, unless it's like it makes sense to go pop, pop, pop or something like that. Almost every target combo that they gave him is boom, 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 like that, or like huh, huh, huh. Like every single one of them are like flowing like 3-hit punches and stuff. Like, he's just so sick. Like, Dudley is so sick. I don't know enough about Rick Stroud, so I can't really say. But yeah, so again, people don't realize this, but like Makoto would have been my main character in Third Strike. I just can't play her. So Dudley is my main character in that game because I just think he's the coolest character ever. Like Dudley is legit like one of my favorite Street Fighter characters like of all time. He's just so sick, dude. He's so sick. But in any case, like I said, people are not mad. People are not mad that Tifa's in it or it's all new characters, whatever. They're mad because not only did they not get their main character, the character they want, but the probability of them getting the main character is not changing for a year. And that hurts, honestly. Like, if you're just like, I like Street Fighter 6, but I can't find the character I want to play, I really hope they put Sakura in the game. And then now, a year later, like obviously people want, like, so the 3 characters that I see clamored for the most are Claw, Makoto, and Sakura, right? And Cody is like in there as well. I mean, like, I want them to put Cody in there because I want the female eye candy because I love that about Cody. Like, I think Cody being like the female eye candy is like the greatest thing ever. And so I want him to be back in the game. But, you know, even if you wanted Makoto and Sakura and Claw ended up in the thing, you're like, well, that means that next season I have a better chance of getting Makoto. But by having all new characters, it means nothing, right? So, again, like, I would hate to be like conspiracy theorist about, you know, them coming out with a Super Street Fighter 6 and actually being right about it, because like I don't like I'd be sad putting it out there and having people go, oh my god, like expecting it. Like I would rather have it just be like this total bomb out of nowhere and everyone's like, what? You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of sad that I put it out there, but I have the funny feeling I'm not the only one, that a lot of people are actually have already put it out there already. So I didn't feel like I was putting anything out there that nobody else was saying, right? So oh yeah, I mean, so Cody, it was mainly what they did to him in Street Fighter 5, right? Because in Street Fighter 4, he's like, I'm in jail, I'm bored. And then he comes back in Street Fighter 5 and he shows up in the vest and the tie and the really nice hair, and he just comes in, he's like, you know, like, you know, running his fingers through his hair, Sejam style, you know, like, he just like came out like, and it just like, he, like when he showed up in that trailer that they showed that one year, like, as soon as he showed up, I'm surprised they didn't add a like he's just so shiny and clean, you know. His archetype is supposed to be super hot guy. Yeah, so in Street Fighter, oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. And that's another thing too, is like everyone's like, I really want Sakura. Well, they could add Sakura in the game and she just ends up playing nothing like the Sakura that you enjoy. That is definitely a probability as well. So there is a monkey paws factor there. But again, the only reason why Cody is in jail in Alpha 3 is because he wasn't supposed to be Cody. Originally, no, Jessica didn't. I mean, Jessica dropped Cody because Cody went to jail, right? Because the story now, the canon story is after he rescued Jessica, he couldn't stop fighting. So he just kept picking random fights with people. And Jessica was like, you're a problem. And he went to jail. And so now Jessica's not, it's a pretty justifiable reason to not be with him. But Cody was supposed to be Joe in Alpha 3. In Alpha 3, the original American fighter from Street Fighter 1, Joe, that was supposed to be him because he's an asshole, whatever. Like they were going to make him bad, and that's why he was in jail. That's why Cody has that whole prison break thing and like breaking through the brick walls. They even carried that over to Street Fighter 5, which was really funny because it was the Street Fighter 1 homage, right? Where you punch through the brick wall that said Street Fighter and stuff. It was supposed to be Joe. He was supposed to be Joe. But then at the last second, I guess they were like, nobody knows Joe, so they put Cody in instead, I guess. I don't know what the reason is. So, oh, and side canon for checking out all the women in Alpha 2. Well, I mean, that was just funny. Like, if you guys don't know, like, if you have a woman character and you walk them past Cody, Cody's hugging Jessica in the background. If you walk Cody, a girl like Chun-Li or Rose or something, past Cody, Cody actually follows them with his head. And like, he keeps looking in that direction and Jessica looks up at him and eventually goes, and like slaps him across the face, and he looks down and then goes back to like hugging her and pays attention to her. It's like, it's so good. It's so good. Oh god, the things they used to put into the game, dude. Oh, so good. Yeah, he literally was the meme prototype, dude. But again, for me, that adds to the extra layer of that's why I want Jessica as a playable character in Street Fighter 6, because Cody obviously started fighting and left, and she was just like, what the hell? Well, look, I don't want to rely on these dudes anymore to save me. Like she's gonna go River City Girls style, you know what I mean? Like she's like, I don't want to be rescued by dudes anymore. I'm gonna just learn how to fight myself, right? And so like she ends up fighting, but she takes up her dad's style. So she actually legit becomes super brawler. Like I want her to have like slow punches, hammer, like, and still have her be like tall, thin, blonde girl, but just like really like not. She doesn't have to be like Marisa, like super buff, but just like make her that skinny kind of buff. And like she would still spinning pile driver, and like she would still do body slashes and stuff. And because Hager is their last name, you could still call her Hager in the game. And now we don't actually have to put Hager in the game. Like, we get Hager, but it's Jessica because I don't want Hager to be in a Street Fighter game. I've said this before because I just don't want. He's a grappler. He's a former Street Fighter champion. He was one of the Street Fighter champions previous to Sagat. He's supposed to be super strong and powerful. I don't want him to show up in Street Fighter 6 as a grappler and suck. Because outside of Zangief, it doesn't look good for grapplers in Street Fighter 6, okay? And I just feel like if Jessica busts out a pipe, dude, that'd be amazing. So like, I just don't want Hager to show up in Street Fighter 6 and suck and be like low tier. I don't want that to happen. Like, that would hurt my heart because he's like lore wise, he's supposed to be like one of the strongest that there ever was. And if he shows up in Street Fighter 6 and he gets his ass kicked, like him showing up in Marvel and not being top tier, like you're fighting superheroes. The fact that Hager is like, Hager of Earth, is coming out here and has no superpowers and is fighting superheroes. Okay, he's not the best. That's not a problem. But if you're in Street Fighter 6 and you're getting beat up by, like, you have a terrible matchup against, like Sakura or something like that, like, that's just like, it's just like, I don't know, like, I just don't want to see that lore, you know, disrespected like that. That's all it comes down to. Yeah, exactly. Like Marion from River City Girls, because that's what Marion did, right? I never played River City Girls, but I was told that my idea was Jessica was exactly what they did in River City Girls. So I assume that that's the case. So, but yeah, oh, I forgot to even mark this over here. So again, just to close this loop off over here, like the way that people are like so frustrated about this season pass. Again, I don't blame anybody. Honestly, I understand it completely. I get it. But I don't like the extreme negativity of it. Like I said, you can be like, I'm really pissed that there are no returning characters, but hopefully these new characters turn out cool. Arjun, I mean, like that's kind of neat because like we've always had Dulcim and like he's gonna be an Indian fighter that I don't know. We'll see how he works out, but he doesn't have to be weird stretchy guy, right? Like Dulcim is still also like they did a great job in 6 of really respecting Dulcim and the culture and everything about that, like, making him with the proper poses and like, when he does the perfect parry, having like the sun thing appear above his head and stuff. They did a great job, like, helping Dulcim be less of some weird, bizarre stereotype that he used to breathe fire because he ate curry, right? Like, but it would be cool to have another Indian fighter that, like, is just, an Indian fighter that can represent more of what, Indian martial arts or something like that. Now, it still has to do with yoga and he's wind-based or whatever like that. So we'll see how that goes. And I know a lot of people wanted Bosch for a while anyway, because I know a lot of people think Bosch is really hot too, right? So, again, like I'm all for the eye candy for women in Street Fighter. I think like we need more of that, frankly. So like I think Bosch is gonna be pretty cool. And like I said, for Tifa, she's just so iconic. Like, the way that John the Automaton was saying it, like I kind of almost take it another level here. Like we're getting Tifa in a fighting game, and we're getting her in a fighting game with potentially one of the best teams out there that can make her really sick, right? Because we've already seen what they did with like Mai and Terry, etc., and with a lot of other characters, and it's really made them sick. And it's the most prominent game, so like everybody has wanted Tifa in a fighting game their whole entire lives, right? Like all the Tifa fans, just like they would have loved to see Tifa in a fighting game. And so to get her to put in a game like this is really exciting. Obviously, the hardest part is that she can't be too crazy. She's not going to be casting spells, I hope, and stuff like that, right? But again, with the introduction of world bending and whatever, they could do whatever they want. I do hope they do one thing with Tifa, though. And I said this to somebody else on Twitter. I do hope that with Tifa in Street Fighter 6, they go the Eltnum / Lucy route, right? Lucy and Strive. Now, I haven't seen a lot of Lucy and Strive, so I don't know the extent of it. But Eltnum in Under Night, she just basically spends the entire time being like, where am I? Like, why am I here? Like, she talks about French bread, you know, and she mentions Blaze Blue. She even, like, one of her win quotes, she tries to mention Melty Blood, but says Melty Redacted, you know? And, like, she's always talking about, like, I don't have home court advantage. Like, what the hell is going on? You know, like, if Tifa is like that, like, where am I? How did I end up in this world? Who are all these people that I'm fighting? Where's Cloud? Like, what's going on? You know, like, have I been swallowed into the live stream? What is going on? Like, that would be kind of funny. No, you got Air Guys right, but Air Guys, that's why I said bless the ring earlier, Smack Dave, because that was the motto of the game. Bless the ring, Air Guys. And it was a pretty terrible game. But yeah, like, it would be really funny if Tifa was just so confused being there, right? You know, I think that would be really cool. But also, you know, like, you know, coming into that whole thing about, you know, the theories of Super Street Fighter 6 and all that stuff like that. I mean, like, I was surprised that, like, when they revealed Krauser for City of the Wolves, right? You know, Obari got to draw a whole new animated sequence. I don't know if people out there have seen it where, you know, Krauser does the anime bad guy thing and he's just way too powerful and nobody can fight him and he's super strong. But literally Chun-Li and Ken show up to help fight Krauser. Like, Masami Obari got to draw Ken and Chun-Li in that sequence and, like, literally put them into the canon of the game. I really do feel like a certain character being added to the game as the last character of Season 3 was extremely calculated. I mean, spoilers, Bosch dies in the ending of the world tour. Like, you can't save him. He dies. But he who will not be named actually resurrects him or changes history so that he doesn't die, which is what's going to allow him to show up in this pass, right? Introducing a world universe bending character at this point in the game feels very intentional. And the other thing too is that they didn't shy away from the world bendiness of this character. Like, she is, like, they leaned so heavily into it. She's even the narrator in this the recent trailer that came out, right? Like, she's literally, like, almost kind of becoming the watcher narrator character, right? Like, people are saying, oh, we might not get, you know, trailers with, you know, John World Tour anymore. But, like, now maybe they all start with Ingrid just being like, oh, God, I said her name. But they might all start with her being like, so I've been wandering around and, you know, I know, you know, it's interesting because, you know, the Heavenly Kings, like the Shadowloo hasn't been around, but, you know, that doesn't mean that this guy hasn't still been sharpening his claws, you know, and then like, introduced Vega trailer, you know, stuff like that. So, who said she brought Tifa to SF6? I mean, come on. Come on. Like, I don't even feel like they don't ever have to say it, but like that's how they're gonna justify it. Like that's just how they're gonna justify it. So wait, she has the book from Tunic? Is that actually true? Is there like, because the Tunic's, I've only played a little bit of it, but its gimmick is that you're beating progression through the game keeps adding more pages to the instruction booklet of the game, which you have in the game. So like you have techniques that you can actually just do right now. You just don't know how to do them until you unlock certain pages, and certain pages will give you hints on what you're supposed to do. You're literally unlocking the instruction booklet that tells you like all the cool things in the game. Oh, I see. It's just a bunch of symbols you got to figure out. Okay, okay. But yeah, the whole point being is that I don't think it's a coincidence that that just adds to the whole Super Street Fighter 6 theory as well. Adding this character that has the ability to world bend everything. Someone even suggested that maybe they do a freaking Marvel Brand New Day kind of thing where they de-age everybody and so they can all be, so like by the time we get to Street Fighter 7, Chun-Li doesn't have to be like 72 years old anymore. You know, like they could actually do a lot of crazy things like that. I mean, again, like Bruxup, if you just showed up here and haven't been listening the whole time, like even more to add to my theory that there's a Super Street Fighter 6 where we're getting 2 more characters for free and probably some crazy world tour mechanic that uses Final Fantasy VII, and that a Midgar stage is just in the game already for free. So it's just not part of the past. Like, so much of what's happening right now keeps screaming in my head like Super Street Fighter 6 is coming out and it's gonna have all this extra shit, and all you people being mad are just gonna have to eat crow. Like, that's how I feel about it, honestly. So, what's up, Golgoth? Li Fen could replace Chun-Li, but see, this is the thing, is like every time a fighting game has done that, it has not been successful. Like, people just want to keep seeing Chun-Li. I mean, how many pro tags have we gone through now? We went through Alex, then Rashid, and now we're going through Luke. But Ryu, Ken, and Chun-Li just are not getting replaced. You can't replace them. Like, Luke, Jamie, and Kimberly are supposed to be like the new pro tags, like the next generation of Ryu, Ken, and Chun, and like it just hasn't happened. Now, it's kind of Capcom's fault to a degree because they nerfed Luke to like he doesn't exist anymore. Jamie has never been good, and everybody just hates Kimberly with a passion. So like they they haven't exactly been able to pull this off with them very well. Oh man, yeah, Soul Calibur was famous for that. They had kids for everybody, and then Soul Calibur 6 was a reboot, right? Like they had to reboot. They eventually added some of the kids back, but like people just want their main characters. They just want the characters they love. The reason why Street Fighter 3 didn't succeed very well is because the characters didn't come back, right? And so that's the thing, right? So like Capcom has this history of like, we didn't bring back returning characters, game failed. Street Fighter 4, we brought back all original 12 characters and Cammy and Akuma, super mega hit. Like, I don't know, like, I just feel like Capcom would know that people would be mad if there were no returning characters in this game. But if they come out with a Super Street Fighter 6 and put like 4 of your favorite returning characters into that game, maybe they'll charge money for it. Maybe they're trying to find a way that they can charge money for the game to help them continue funding the game. The problem is if they try to do that, now they didn't do what they did in Street Fighter V. Street Fighter V, they said we would never ever force you guys to buy an upgrade or whatever like that. Or maybe they don't. Maybe Super Street Fighter 6 comes out and like that's the only way to get those characters, and maybe they all of a sudden every character has 5 costumes, right? Only if you buy the new one, but if you don't, you have to earn it through like drive tickets again or whatever like that. Maybe they do that for Super Street Fighter 6. You never know, right? And they want to make it so that the game is justified enough for people to spend money on it. I mean, if they do what they did all the other times with Super Street Fighter 5 or Ultra Street Fighter 5 and whatever, all those versions they came out with, and had all the costumes available and all the colors and everything unlocked automatically up that have been available up to that point, like, and they sold it for like $30, I'd buy it. I bought the Ultra Street Fighter 5 when it came out at the end because it had everything. So I was like, yeah, I'll buy this. I think it was $30. It was totally worth it in my opinion. You know? And that also is a great marketing thing because it lets people catch up to the game. If you are new to Street Fighter V, you got to buy all these seasons. It's expensive. And then they come out with Super Street Fighter 6 for like, let's say $40 because inflation. Like, that's a great way to get a lot of new players into the game. Because now they just spend $40 and they get all the DLC and they don't feel like they have to spend all this money to catch up. You know? I don't know. It's just like I think there's the reason why we haven't seen as much content is because they're actually creating a lot of content that is coming out with Super Street Fighter 6. Again, this is probably a lot of this is going to be copium because even if this does happen, it's not going to be as good as the way I'm describing it here. This is just me, you know, being like, if I were them, I would do this because I think this is really smart. Probably is not going to happen. But, you know, I'm not mad about this DLC. And the character I want the most, Saddam, hasn't been in a Street Fighter for 30 years. So, like, I'm still waiting. So, I'm not super mad. But I get why people are mad. I get why people are mad. I'm not going to be mad that they're mad. I'm upset that they're mad to the point that they are just like being unreasonably angry at everybody involved with the game and even the characters themselves. Like I said, it sums up what my main point is so crucially when I say you can be disappointed in the season pass and still hope the characters turn out cool. Because so one thing I wanted to say, I don't care who you are. You cannot rewrite history and tell me anybody was excited for Armika. When Armika came out, everyone laughed at her. Her level 3 ring super didn't work. She launched at you with her butt. Everybody hated this character. She was so universally reviled. And nobody liked this character. Yeah, so Mike Lee's always going to say it. So it's me, Mike Lee, and like 4 other people actually like were champions of this character, okay? But everybody else hated this character. And anybody who was around that time can back me up on this. And I can tell you I am 100% not wrong. Everybody hated this character a lot. Nobody was like, oh my God, this Makoto character is so cool. And in fact, the more people learned about Makoto, the more people hate this character. Because she's so annoying to fight. But when she first came out, nobody was like, oh my God, this is so cool. Like, she's a grappler, but she has real Shotokan moves, unlike Ryu and Ken. Like, all of her punches and stuff are real Shotokan moves that they teach you. That's so cool. Nobody was like, whoa, she's the only character with a 2-frame parry, so because she's actually doing real Shotokan parries, right? Like, nobody was saying this. Everybody is like, who's this little boy? You know, like, who's this ugly little boy? You know, like, nobody was excited for this character at all. So, like, it's just like, I wasn't even excited for Aki when she was first announced. And then when we saw her first trailer, where she kept doing the thing where she was close talking JWT the entire time, I was like, okay, this character's kind of sick. And then, like, as it turned out, like, she's just, like, kind of psychotic, but, like, in this really weird, empathetic way. You know, like, she loves Fong. She knows Fong will never love her back, and she's like, whatever, but, and she's kind of insane, and like, she knows she's insane. Like, I don't know, like, they did such a good job with that character. Like, she's actually like one of my favorite characters now, you know, just as a character. And there are just so many fans of Lily and fans of Marisa and fans of Manon and fans of Jamie. I mean, let's talk about, you know, eye candy for women, right? Like, Jamie is just like, he's just right there, right? So, you know, like, those characters have a lot of fans. And, like, at first, a lot of people didn't like them. Like, you remember the discussion about Marisa's hair when she was first revealed? Everybody was like, this hair looks terrible. What the hell is wrong with her hair? Like, I get they're trying to make it look like a helmet, but this looks awful. And now, like, nobody really talks about it. And Marisa is, like, loved by so many people out there. I just feel like Arjun, Yasmin, and Bosch, I mean, they're cool looking. They have the potential to have that kind of fan base. And so, like I said, I get it that you're mad that your character didn't show up. You can be mad that there are no returning characters. Be disappointed in the DLC, but still, at the same time, hope these characters turn out as cool as possible. Because they could end up becoming iconic characters too. The amount of love I saw for Armika when she was announced for Street Fighter V is still one of the most baffling things I have ever experienced in my life. Because until she was announced, like, nobody liked this character. Even up to that, like, I never even saw, like, even a tiny bit of a pendulum swing of people going like, I really want Armika in a Street Fighter. But when she was announced, everybody was like, oh my God, I'm so happy. My favorite character, Armika, is in the game. And I'm like, shut up. She is not your favorite. You never liked this character before. Oh man, but the thing is, like, it's cool when we have new characters to become fans of. So like I said, I'm not telling you you're wrong for being disappointed. I'm not telling you you're wrong for being mad. But like, the amount of vitriol that people have been spewing at the devs and spewing at anybody associated with it and just hate posting on every tweet from Street Fighter's account nowadays is just like, it's hard to sit and watch, to be honest with you. It really is hard to sit and watch. And again, it's not me being like, oh, I'm Capcom's #1 defender, James Chen, I'm in the game. Woo! You know, it's not that. It's just that, yeah, Street Fighter 6 is my main game. It's the game that I keep track of the most. I'm heavily involved in the community. I really like the lore. I really think the game is fun. I really like characters like Kimberly. So I'm invested. So yes, I'm going to talk about the fact that people are all being really just massive haters because I'm a part of the community. Like I said, I didn't get mad about Tekken, like people getting mad about Tekken 8's Season 2 patch because I don't have a leg to stand on. Like, who am I to come in and be like, you guys should stop being mean to Tekken when I don't play Tekken 8 and, like, I don't actually know how bad the season patch was at all. I didn't know anything about the season patch. So, no, I'm not going to be all, people saying virtue signaling or whatever. I'm not going to be like virtue signaling Tekken 8 or anything because I don't have a right to say anything. But I have a right to have an opinion about this in Street Fighter 6. So I'm going to call out everyone for being really, really angry haters for no reason. Capcom trying to appeal to more people with DLC, not appease fans. Well, Cybernetic, if you just joined, I still have the crazy tinfoil hat theory that Super Street Fighter 6 is coming out and it's gonna have like Claw and Makoto for free and like stages and like a new world tour and all this stuff like that. Because again, having fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. Having Ingrid be the last character of the season so that she can just be like magic, and have all this shit happen. And, the fact that we don't have a patch that is distinctly, hey, look, this is the season 4 patch. We've only had minor patches since the season 3 patch. So, and the fact that Yasmin comes out in August, right after Evo and EWC, like, I feel like that means that they're going to release some crazy version of Street Fighter and that we haven't heard a lot from them because that's what they've been hard at work at, is making a crazy version of Street Fighter 6, like Super Street Fighter 6, Hyper Street Fighter 6, Ultra Street Fighter 6, or maybe they just call it Uber Street Fighter 6. I don't know, but like I feel like something like that might be happening, honestly. So, but again, like everybody, yeah, and they'll probably do a tie-in with the movie as well, right? Like, yeah, the movie's coming out, and Vega and Chun-Li apparently are gonna have a good fight scene in them. Doesn't it seem kind of silly that they wouldn't put Claw in the game, right? Balrog's gonna be in the game, right? Like, doesn't it seem kind of weird that they wouldn't put Boxer in the game? But if they put them in Super Street Fighter 6 so that they're there for everybody to use, like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Julie ended up in the game. Like, what if what if Super Street Fighter 6 comes out and has Joe, Julie, Claw, and Boxer, right? Because all those characters are in the movie. Like, that just seems like such a logical thing to say, right? I don't know, but again, like, I know it's copium, and I know I'm just setting myself up for disappointment, but it just, like, all of it makes too much sense. It just makes too much sense. So, I don't know. And even if it doesn't happen, the amount of anger, I think, is problematic. I do. I just think it's problematic. Look, again, I hate always pulling this card out because everybody, when they're young, says that they will never say this when they get older. But I swear to God, all of you guys will understand when you get older that, like, getting mad like this at the devs and just, like, saying like the fact that Sakura's not in the game, now I will never touch this game again, fuck you guys, you are the worst devs ever, blah blah blah. Like, I just sit here and I just look at this and I'm just like, grow the fuck up, man. Like, your identity is not tied to whether or not Sakura appears in Street Fighter 6. Like, it is your identity and your self-worth has nothing to do with this. There's no reason to be this mad. Like, how fucking entitled are you? Like, seriously, how can you be so mad that they didn't put Makoto in the game that you're like threatening the devs or calling them names. Like I I never wanted to be the guy who ever says something like this, but go fucking touch some grass, dude. Like, seriously. Go touch some fucking grass, dude. And it's actually scientifically said that they're finding that kids, because they don't play outdoors in the dirt enough anymore, that they're actually being more susceptible to like illnesses and disease, and like their immune system is weaker. They actually did a study where they took two sets of kids and made one of them go outside and play outdoors like old days, and the other one get to like stay indoors and stuff. And like they would like monitor them for like a year or something, and like the ones that played outside actually got like a better immune system and like had stronger white blood cells or something like that. So, you know, there is something to be said about going outside and touching grass. But honestly, like, you guys, you're right, that's the thing. So that's the thing, Smack Dave, is you probably think like me, right? Like, why are you yelling at these guys? Like, it's not that serious. And I get it. Like I said, I get why you're angry and I get why you're upset. But you can be critical, you can be upset, and you can be mad without threatening the devs or just being like, this is the worst, you guys suck, I hate all of you, I will never touch the game again. Because watch, we get the first trailer for Yasmin, and like she just turns out to be like the sickest character ever, and all these people who are like, this is the worst thing ever, they're gonna secretly come back and be like, Yasmin's pretty sick. You know what I mean? Like, there's just, again, I know I'm yelling into a fucking cloud. I'm yelling into a brick wall or whatever like that, but Jesus Christ, like, come on. Like, this is me with filter off here, okay? Like, seriously, guys, like, calm the fuck down, seriously. These characters could end up being cool. Yasmin and Arjun are gonna be somebody's favorite character for years to come. Like, let people enjoy things. God damn it. That's fine, J10. Bring it. Bring it, man. Bring it. I will challenge any one of these people out here who tells me that I'm wrong, that people should be this mad. I am willing to talk to anybody like that, honestly. It's just like this is like, again, and I'm not even saying thank you for the follow, Leonidas. I love how I got a lot of follows here from this rant, and I love it. Because there are people out there then who think like this, and it makes me happy. Again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be mad. I'm not saying that you can't be disappointed, because you have every right to be mad and disappointed. You have every right, because you do like a character. And the one thing that is beautiful about fighting games is the connection that you make with a character. I say there is no other genre of game that can make you connect with characters quite to the degree of fighting games, because these are your war buddies. These are people that you went to war with and you are trying to turn into a good character. There's a reason why people gain this kind of attachment to their characters. So absolutely, I get it that you're mad that your favorite character didn't show up in the game. I'm sad Saddam's not in the game. I'm sad Eagle's not in the game. Hell, I'm sad Jessica is not in the game. But like I said, you can be angry, you can be disappointed, and still hope that these characters turn out cool like a lot of the characters in the game have turned out. Like I said, when I first saw the early leak and there was Aki, there was nothing about that character that looked interesting to me. Even, you know, like, I was worried. Like, I was just like, this is just gonna be another stupid jury, like, femme fatale. Sorry to all the jury fans. Whoops. She's just gonna be another, like, evil femme fatale character, like a jury clone or something like that. And then she turned out to be the coolest character ever. So like, I just think like, there's no reason to be this upset. No, sorry, take that back. You have every reason to be this upset. But there's no reason to be so angry and so bitter and so hateful. You have every reason to be upset, but you don't have reason to be hateful. That's just what it comes down to. That's I think that's a good summary of it, and I think I can just cut it off there because I've been talking about this for like 2 hours already, which is way longer than I wanted, and I wanted to do some match analysis here, which I'm not gonna. I mean, look, if I try to do match analysis, it's not even a long fight, but if I start doing match analysis now, it won't end until like 3 a.m., and I don't want to do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna skip topic 2. I'm gonna do a little bit of a calling an audible here. I'm gonna skip topic 2 because I could do analysis at any point in time. It doesn't even have to be on It Was Tuesday. And there wasn't anything like crazy in particular that was like, this is a lesson to learn. Like, I just watched the match, and as I watched it, I was like, there's some cool footsies going on here, and there's a lot of cool little things that a lot of people are not gonna notice in this match. And I really wanted to take the time to point them out. But I can do that on Wednesday. I can do that on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I got plenty of time for that. So let's actually talk about the throw invulnerability in Street Fighter 6. The reason why I wanted to talk about this in particular, hang on one second, guys. Hang on one second. Let me do something here. Let me move this to the side. I still need to do an opening video for that. But the reason why I want to talk about throw invulnerability is because I want to dispel some myths, first of all. And editor, Peter, if you get to this part, I really intended for this first little informational segment to be specific, like its own small video, could even be a short. I kind of want to do a video of like a lot of things about Street Fighter 6 that you didn't know, because there's a lot of stuff about Street Fighter 6 that people don't know, and I see a lot of errors, and I see a lot of people saying stuff that aren't true. So I want to talk a little bit about throw invulnerability in Street Fighter 6 first and foremost. Okay. So let me start by let's just do it this way. So here's a little fun fact about Street Fighter 6 that I see people get wrong a lot. People have talked about, I want throw invulnerability, when characters get up off the ground or after block stun and such. The interesting thing about Street Fighter 6 is that the game actually does have throw invulnerability. So I want to dispel this myth. The thing about it is, it's just there's not a lot of throw invulnerability in this game, but it's very important to note the differences in throw invulnerability here because that comes into play very heavily. So let's take a look at this really quick. Okay, I need to find situations that set up the proper invul. Whoops. Let's see. It was. Ugh. No, it wasn't this. The setup that I have is this. There's the setup right there. Okay, that's perfect right there. So let me do this. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. All right, let me continue here. So let me show you this scenario here with Kimberly, okay? Let me move this camera over here. So let me show you the scenario with Kimberly over here. This is a setup that she has for a perfect meaty throw. If I do that, as you can see, I'm +5 in the game. I'm +5. And when I'm +5 here, okay, hit the wrong buttons. And when I'm +5 here, if I throw right away, it connects. Let me show you this guy. Let me show this to you guys again. Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? Okay. Let me show this to you guys again. And I mistimed it. Let me show you. I can't even say the words. Let me show you. Let me show this to you guys. Let me show this to you guys again. If we take a look at this, you'll notice something very interesting here. This is the first frame of my throw that you can see right here. The second frame of my throw is actually connecting when the opponent has gotten up already. This is the first frame that Ryu has been standing. But the throw doesn't connect actually until the third active frame of the throw. This means that this game actually has one entire frame of one entire frame of throw invincibility when you get up. So this game actually does have throw invincibility, but it's only one frame when you get up. However, we're going to have to take a look at another scenario. Actually, before I get to there, let me say this. So in other words, if you want to time a perfect meaty throw, +5 is actually going to be the most plus you can actually be. Yeah, okay. If you're actually +6, you will miss your throw. Can I find a +6 knockdown scenario? Let's see. This is +8. Whoops. This one is +4. I want a +6. So I need to find, do I have a 20 frame move here? I don't think she does have a 20 frame move, unfortunately. She only has 18. So what if I did this, like so, something like that? So that's +4. Oh, okay. So I think this might work here. +9. That's not what I want. I wanted plus. Do I have a 21 frame button? I do, right? I thought I did. No, 18. Okay. Oh, I could, but that's too complicated. I don't want to confuse people seeing me do some weird shit like that. What if I did this and I dash like this? So I'm +13. So I need 7 more frames. So 7 + 18 is 25, which should be this. Yeah, there we go. So I can do, whoops. That's +6. Okay. So if you end up being +6, so in this scenario here, I'm +6. If I try to throw, I mistimed it. If I try to throw, it whiffs. Ah, crap. You know what? I might have to do this whole thing over again. Crap. All right. I wanted the audio. What song is this here? Cody theme? Sick. All right, let's do this one. Let's do this one. All right, let's start all over again. Let's start all over again here because I want the background music on this. So, is the background music too loud, or you guys feel like this is the right volume here? No, it's good? Okay, all right. So, I like to try to, how did I start this again? Okay. Hey guys, just wanted to give you guys a little interesting tidbit about Street Fighter 6, dispelling some myths and actually clarifying something that a lot of people I keep hearing tend to get wrong about Street Fighter 6, and that is throw invulnerability. I hear a lot of people saying they need to add throw invulnerability to Street Fighter 6 on Wake Up and such. Well, it actually turns out this game does have throw invulnerability. So for example here, if I show you this setup here, as you can see, I'm +5 in this situation here. So if I go for an immediate throw, if we take a look at the frame meter here, what's happening? Kimberly gets the throw, but if you look at this, my first active frame of the throw, most throws have 3 frames, 3 active frames. The first one is before Ryu gets up, but just the 1 frame. The second active frame is actually the exact same frame that Ryu has gotten up. He's standing up, but the throw is not connecting. But if we look over here, the last active frame, the throw actually connects here. That actually means that there is literally just one entire single throw invul frame when you get up off the ground. As you can see here, the first frame of Ryu being standing up is unthrowable. So there actually is throw invulnerability in this game on Wake Up, but that means that +5 is the most you can be if you want to go for a meaty throw. Hey Cammy! Sorry, I was actually just trying to do like a record segment for my editor, so that's why I'm being like really formal and stuff like this. So I'm gonna continue doing that here really quick, and then I'm gonna do some more just off the cuff talking over here. So all right, here we go. All right, have a good night. I actually wanted to message you, so I'll hit you up pretty soon. Okay. So, for example, if I have a scenario where I end up being +6, it's like this scenario here, as you can see on the frame here, I'm +6. If I try to throw here, I mistimed it. If I try to throw here, it misses. And you can see right here on the frame meter, this last frame of the throw is actually overlapping the first frame of Ryu standing up, and it's not connecting. So, let me phrase this again. So in other words, there actually is 1 frame of throw invulnerability. It's not much, but it is there. And as I showed you here, if you want to go for a meaty throw, as long as you are +5, 4, 3, or 2, you will be able to beat any Wake Up 4-frame button. Now, in the scenario that you're +only 1, a 4-frame button will trade with your throw, but attacks win, so that's why being +1 isn't good enough to go for a meaty throw. You can still lose to Wake Up 4-frame buttons. All right, hang on a second, guys. I gotta find something over here. This is 5 right there. Okay, so right, +5, yeah. Okay, perfect. Now, here's the interesting part. I'm gonna repeat this, but I'm gonna do it instead trying to throw them out of block. I already showed you that being +5 will be a perfect meaty throw on the opponent getting up and catch them. Let's see what happens if I'm +5 on block and go for a throw. I missed. And if you look, I am clearly in range for the throw, but I am not landing the throw in this scenario. And that is because out of block stun, there are actually 2 frames of throw invulnerability. It's actually different from when you're getting up off the ground, which is 1 frame of throw invulnerability, and out of block stun, which is 2 frames of throw invulnerability. So in this situation, being +5 actually does not allow you to land a throw. You have to be at least +4 to be able to land the throw, but +1 still makes it so that 4 frames will beat you. So in other words, out of block stun, you need to be +4, 3, or 2. And that's the only way to be able to get a, frame perfect throw that will beat their 4-frame button. This was 3. That's 2. This is 0. Can I find something that's actually +4? So let's see, that's 1, 2, 2, okay. Actually, this will be 6 then. No, I see that was -2. Sorry, that was -2. So I need, that's 1. Oh, this one will work right here. +6. Actually, I need +4, right? I want a +4. I need something that is 0 on block, but she doesn't have anything 0 on block. What can I do here? That is +5. That's +2. Oops. That's +4 right there. Okay. The block, which part had some weird feedback on my recording? I guess I can do the entirety of the plus 5 situation, right? Okay. Now remember, I told you that on knockdown, +5 is the max you can be to actually get a throw on the opponent's wake up. But let me do a same scenario, but this time with block stun. As you can see, I'm +5 in this scenario. But if I throw, I actually miss. And that is because after block, you actually have 2 frames of throw invulnerability. As you can see, I'm clearly in range for the throw, but it misses. And that is because after block stun, there are 2 frames of throw invulnerability. I don't see a lot of people talk about this, but this is very important because that means if you're trying to go for a perfect, quote, meaty throw out of block stun, that means unlike wake up situation where you can be +2, 3, 4, and 5, on block you can only be +2, 3, and 4, and that's it. So in this scenario here, for example, I can show you that, if I hit with a jumping light punch at the highest height, I am consistently +4. And so if I do this into throw, I will So if I do this into throw, you'll see that it connects because the first 2 active frames of the throw are overlapping the 2 invul frames, and the last one right there is actually catching the first throw vulnerable frame. But if you see here, if I do jumping light kick, oh no, it wasn't jumping light kick, it was jumping medium kick. So if you see here, if I do jumping medium kick at the highest height possible, I'm +5. And again, the throw misses because my throw's active frames overlap the 2 throw invul frames that you get out of block stun. And again, just to prove that I'm clearly in range for the throw, so that we know it is the throw invul frames that is preventing the throw from happening. So it's just a fun little tidbit to show you guys over here that when you get up, there actually is 1 throw invul frame, and after block stun, there's 2 invul frames. And so if you're wondering why you have a +5 setup on their wake up that lets you do a throw, but a +5 scenario on their block that doesn't, that's why, because there are actually different amounts of throw invulnerability on wake up and after block. Okay, so is that cool? Like, are you guys like, does that feel like, is that something that you guys know? Does that sound like a cool, is that like a cool fact for you guys that you weren't aware of? All right, and I gotta see this Kaji clip over here. Let's copy the link. Oh, actually, hang on a second. I think we should all watch this together so we can all see Kaji being ridiculous. So hang on a second. Let me do this. I'm gonna mute this for a second so we can unmute this and we can watch Kaji being ridiculous with Lilith. Jesus. So just so you guys know, whiff punishing in these games is really hard. He whiff punished crouching medium kick with button into luminous illusion, which is kind of insane, to be honest with you. Again, I've talked about this before. I just talked about this on Twitter today, actually, because people are like, oh my god, like, you can't whiff punish anything Ryu has, and like, someone posted up frame data from Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 4, and frame data was pretty much the same across the games, and people were like, well, this looks, and I was like, no, dude, it's like kind of the same, you know, but the problem with it is that Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 really promote whiff punishing as a major part of the game. This is also something you experience if you are a third strike player as well. Whiff punishing is a major part of the game. And I was like, in Street Fighter 4, the reason why you didn't care about that frame data is because whiff punishing was not a massive part of footsies, of neutral. So when people are talking about like, what is true footsies to you, and you're like, whiff punishing. Dude, whiff punishing was not really a thing in old games. And to prove this, I actually went and I went into YouTube and I said, Ultra Street Fighter 4 match. And the first thing that came up, to be fair, wasn't Ultra Street Fighter 4, but it was AE. It was AE version 2012. And it was a match at a big major between Cien and Tokido. It was a 15-minute match. It went 4 games, I think. It was a long match, right? It was a long match between Cien and Tokido. It was Akuma versus Gen. And I watched this match and I started to count the number of times anybody got whiff punished. Guess how many times a character got successfully whiff punished in 15 minutes? Again, keep in mind that this is Cien and Tokido, okay? How many times do you feel like people got whiff punished during that entire match? So I see 1, I see 5, I see 2, 3, and by error 2, 3. So the answer, actually, Coral Nane actually probably has the one of the closest answers. The answer is actually 2, and then 1 time was an accident. And both of those whiff punishes were against sweeps. Both whiff punishes were against sweeps, which linger there for a very long time. Now, here's the other crazy part, though, and I'm not going to play this stupid game. The amount of times that Cien and Tokido even tried to whiff punish and failed was like 5 or 6. Like, the amount of times they actually even tried to whiff punish each other was like 6 times, not counting the 2 times that succeeded. But out of the entire match, the times that they even bothered to try to whiff punish anybody was like 6 times. This just wasn't a thing. And people are like, well, that doesn't make sense. So how do you play the footsies? Well, you just went up and hit people. Like Gen was just dash up low strong in the hands, right? Or you just tried to frame trap people. So Akuma would be like standing heavy kick, low jab, and counter hit and like combo off of that. Or just chip them a lot. Like you had chips. You could chip damage was a real thing back in these games, right? It was you just trying to hit them, and like people actually used overhead in neutral instead of only to end rounds and stuff. And you know, like you could sweep at people because they weren't punishable on block. Like you could swing with moves and just like try to hit them. You were actually actively trying to hit them more often than you were trying to bait them into whiffing buttons so you could whiff punish them. You know, a lot of characters, they just threw out moves. Like they're just like strong. You couldn't whiff punish it. But it didn't matter because it was just a different game. Like a lot of the times if you think someone's going to throw out like a crouching medium kick, you didn't try to whiff punish it. You found a move like Evil Ryu or something that hopped over it. Or like you or Zangief, if you tried standing medium kick, that would outrange it. It was back to hitbox fighter a lot. So, like, the fact that everybody is, like, so obsessed with this idea of whiff punishing being, like, some bastion of neutral or whatever like that, like, it's a cool talent and it's a neat way to play fighting games, but it wasn't the only way that we've played fighting games. While whiff punishing was important in Third Strike, it's still not to the degree of what 5 and 6 are. And a lot of people will play Third Strike without ever trying to whiff punish stuff, right? Like Chun-Li, she's just gonna crouching medium kick. Like the amount of people that actually whiff punish Chun-Li's crouching medium kick when she's literally just coming up to your face and going, low forward, 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 low forward. The amount of people that actually whiff punish that are like non-existent, dude. Like it doesn't happen. So, you know, it's just not the same. So the fact that Kaji actually got that whiff punish on Jetta's crouching medium kick. Now, to be fair, Jetta's crouching medium kick might actually be one of the quote slower unquote buttons in the game. Let me take a look here. Let's take a look at Jetta here. So if you guys like Vampire Savior, Mizumi Wiki is the place that you want to go. Crouching medium kick has a total, okay, yeah, see, it's like actually one of the slower moves. It has 19 plus 14, so that's what, 33 frames? And 14 frames of recovery. So it actually is kind of like a move that is actually legit like with punishable. But I also think that's kind of a Jetta thing a little bit. Like if you look at a lot of other characters, like it's crazy how fast a lot of these buttons are. Like if I look at Bishaman's crouching strong, it's like 6 plus 3 plus 14. And also there on Mizumi Wiki, I don't think they do the thing where there's an overlap on startup and active, right? But Bishaman's crouching strong is like one of his best pokes, and that move is just like 23 frames long. Like some moves in Street Fighter 6 have 23 frames of recovery that are medium buttons. And here Bishaman's super annoying crouch strong is 23 frames total. All right. It's +4 on hit, +3 on block. And it's not very whiff punishable, man. Right, yeah, that's the thing, right? The way that he whiff punished that might not even have been an actual whiff punish. It could potentially be a spacing trap, right? It might have just been a spacing trap and not an actual whiff punish here. So let's take a look at this again. Let's take a look at this again. Like, he whiff punished that with crouching heavy punch, dude. He hit that with crouching heavy punch. That's insane. I don't even know. Like, Jesus. Yeah, that's definitely a spacing trap. That has to be a spacing trap, dude. Like, there's no way he did this on reaction because, like, if you look at the, yeah. So, like, I don't know if there's a way to go frame by frame on Twitter. Probably not. But, like, if you look at this, like, yeah, like, he's already started swing. That's 100% a spacing trap. That's 100% a spacing trap. That wasn't even a whiff punish. That was just a spacing trap. He was gonna do crouching heavy punch, and if it hit, you can confirm into Raging Demon. Like, Kaji is fast enough that heavy punch, he can confirm that into Raging Demon or not. Like, that wasn't even committed. If it got blocked, he probably wasn't gonna do anything. But as soon as he swung and he saw Jeddah swing, like, what's gonna happen, right? Either Jeddah hits me or I'm gonna hit him. Like, that's it. You're in the range where either he's gonna hit you or you're gonna hit him. So if I swing and I saw him swing, I'm just gonna cancel into the Raging Demon, right? I'm just gonna cancel into the Luminous Illusion. Cool thing about it is even if I was wrong and he blocked the Luminous Illusion, like, I wouldn't be dead anyway. Look how much energy he has. He has 2 bats and half a health on the first bat. And not only that, like, Jeddah's not going to murder you for getting, for blocking the Luminous Illusion. Like, Jeddah's not a character that's going to be able to dash up and punish you for that really badly. So, like, seriously, like, it's just like he just went for it, honestly. So, like, the tweet here says whiff punish, but like, I mean, Kaji actually says whiff punish, but like, that was a spacing trap. It was a spacing trap. Let's be real with that. So, I love Kaji to death. He's amazing, but like, that's a spacing trap with punish right there. So, but it is still, I'm not trying to diminish it because it's sick as hell. It's awesome, and Kaji is still a god, so it doesn't matter. And before I stop the stream, I want to talk a little bit more about this throw invulnerability concept here. I want to talk a little bit more about this. So this is kind of the discussion part that I wanted to talk about. So so recently on Twitter, I saw somebody just write like, why don't they just add more throw invulnerability to the cat? Well, I should say, okay. So recently on Twitter, someone was just like, why don't they add throw invulnerability on Wake Up in Street Fighter 6? And like I just put out, sorry, I just recorded a video that shows that there is one frame of throw invulnerability, but honestly, it's actually healthier for the game to have less throw invulnerability. And I'm not going to be the guy who's going to be like, yeah, if you added more throw invulnerability, that makes Wake Up parry too strong. That's nonsense. Like, they wouldn't be any stronger because if you Wake Up parry and miss, the guy's going to throw you and do 2,000 damage. It's not that much different, right? So, so why do I say then that I think it's healthier for the game to actually have less throw invulnerability when the players get up? Hi, Nathan. Look at this. I have a guest. stopping by. Everybody say hi to Nathan. Hey, buddy. You're hungry because you meowed at me earlier. You want food. Oh, oh, this is such an adorable cat. I don't understand. He's so puffy and fuzzy. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's so puffy and fuzzy. Brah. He's like, Dad, stop embarrassing me. Stop embarrassing me on stream like you always do. All right. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Because clearly right now, like, if you want to like actually weigh offense and defense in Street Fighter 6, like which is stronger, offense or defense? Like clearly offense is much stronger with the drive rush cancels and the meaty throws and all this stuff and the throw loops and everything. And so like a lot of people are going to be like, why not nerf the throws? And my answer to that is because if you actually made it so that the throw loop, so that the throws, like you couldn't throw right away, you couldn't beat Wake Up 4 frames, I actually think you guys would see a massive shift all of a sudden in defense being extremely strong in this game. There is the potential for defense being too strong. If you can actually react to everything, because some people have even suggested increasing the throw tech window, which should never ever happen. Because if you increase the throw tech window or make it so that the opponent is really not scared of a throw when you get up, there is a danger of having defense be too strong. My favorite story to tell about this is Goichi in Dragon Ball FighterZ. We all remember that clip that Goichi had against Leffen, where Leffen was trying to open him up, and Goichi blocked everything. He had no health. He blocked all the vanishes. He blocked the instant air dash side switches. He blocked all the super dashes. He blocked everything. The dragon rushes, like he defended against, and Leffen could not open him up. And when this actually happened, oh yeah, Mike. Like we know it's an actual whiff punish, but it wasn't a reaction whiff punish, is what I'm saying. I just think it was like an actual like it was a spacing trap, well timed whiff punish, basically. He didn't see the move and throw out crouching heavy punch. He was just gonna throw out crouching heavy punch at that range. So and Nathan just knocked my mouse off the table. Anyways, what actually happened as a result of Goichi's defense being so strong was that the devs were actually like, should we make things stronger? they actually got to a point where like maybe we should actually like make the I always forget, it's the Dragon Rush was the throw or was Super Dash the throw? Somebody help me with this. I always forget which is which. In Dragon Ball FighterZ. I guess I can look it up really quick here if nobody responds right away. Where's my mouse cursor? There it is. Okay. Dragon Ball FighterZ throw. Dragon Rush is the throw. Okay, thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay. The devs were probably thinking of like maybe we should make the Dragon Rush faster or something because Goichi was able to defend everything, and if you can defend everything in a fighting game, it is not a good fighting game. If you through reaction can defend against every kind of offense that comes at you, how do you play the fighting game? Like, you have to have a core mechanic in your game that makes people scared to block. And with Street Fighter 6, They've taken away chip damage, right? Like the drive gauge is a good replacement for that. But they did take away chip damage, and there's not a lot of safe on block things that end up in ranges where you don't have to worry about turns. It's better than it was in Street Fighter V. In Street Fighter V, everything left you smack right next to the opponent. But in Street Fighter 6, it's still kind of the case that a lot of times when you block things, you're in range where you have to respect someone's crouching light punch. When you actually played a lot of the old games, like in Super Turbo or something like that, or even Alpha 2 or whatever, like, you just like made them block your special move. Like if you're Sodom in Alpha 2, you were just like, hui, hui, hui. You just did jab jite rush all day. That's like all you did, and like they just blocked it, and like nobody could hit you. It wasn't turns. Like you were just at a range where nobody could do anything. So like, if you make that much throw invul when you get up in a game like Street Fighter 6, there are not enough mechanics to open up a player blocking. If they can get up and they are not scared of a meaty throw, that means they can wake up with 4 frame. You have to do the Street Fighter 3 thing. So Street Fighter 3's, I'm sorry, not Street Fighter 3, sorry. You have to do the Street Fighter 4 thing. I said 3 because I'm thinking 3 frames. But in Street Fighter 4, because crouch teching was so strong, the only way you could open somebody up was to like make them block, walk up, wait, and then press a button to interrupt their crouch tech, which oftentimes was a 3-frame button. So you had to hit them in this little 2-frame window to actually punish them for trying to tech your throw, because you could tech throws by crouching, and if they didn't actually throw, you would punch or kick instead, and you would block that, and the guy would be safe. Or even if they hit you with the low jab, they could link into a combo and like do damage. And so it was really hard to open people up. But again, in those older games, it wasn't necessarily as bad, because like literally I could just like do that, walk up and like DP you, because I have like Invul DPs. And also you didn't have to open up people that way. Fireball traps were real things. So like one of the weird things is when I see modern players go back and play Super Turbo, like if they're DJ and they're fighting a Honda and they flash kick Honda, they actually jump at him and go for a cross up, because of the modern mentality that I need to be right next to them to mix them up. But if you watch high level Super Turbo, if a DJ does the up kicks to Honda, they just walk backwards and they just go flash, flash, flash. Like they don't, like they just start chipping you with fireballs, because the chip is actually a threat, right? And so like, okay, Super Turbo has tons of throw invul when you get up. Like Fei Long doesn't care. He's just gonna walk up and do a melee attack, you block it, and then he goes Rekka, Rekka, Rekka. And like, he's safe, right? If you do fierce Rekka, jab Rekka, like you're at a range where you're safe, and you just did a ton of chip damage, right? Honda's just gonna headbutt at you all day, or just 100 hand slap. He doesn't care. So Street Fighter 6 doesn't have enough mechanics to be able to defeat a character who is not scared to be thrown. The throw is what allows this entire game to function. To be able to throw them is so important, right? So even in Street Fighter, people are gonna be like, what about Street Fighter 5? What about Street Fighter 5? I mean, a lot of Street Fighter 5 also came down to, I got my V trigger, now I party and you die, right? That's one thing. And they even added V shifts to kind of weaken it a little bit. But again, you know, you still didn't have the throw invulnerability when you got up. And so there wasn't throw loops, but a lot of knockdowns still had the same thing. The difference is just that they didn't have throw loops. But if I knocked you down, I still had the same meaty throw, attack, or shimmy mix-up. And again, I've often said this about Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6. The attack, throw, shimmy, Rochambeau, rock, paper, scissors, RPS, is the core mix-up of the game. You take one of those elements away, the mix-up is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Right? And yeah, like if you do get knocked down, like the player should be rewarded for knocking you down. again, I'm gonna always go back to this. Biggest problem in Street Fighter 6 right now is that level 3s are too good. They do too much damage. I'm adamant about this right now. And so, you know, a lot of times when you get knocked down, you're like really miserable because now if you get shimmied or if the guy hits you with a meaty, you lose 65% of your life and you die, right? Like that's the problem, is that you die really badly. The throw loop isn't the problem. And so if you try to prevent throw loops, wow, what the hell? Really? Sure thing, Shaggy. You know, dude, I like, zoinks. I totally did a Scooby Doo right there. Um, if you actually try to nerf throw loops by making you more invul when you get up, it actually hurts the entire ecosystem of the game. You're not just removing throw loops. Now, as soon as you knock someone down, like the opponent just the opponent can just like not be scared. It's too safe to block when they get up. And the only way to get plus frames, because a lot of characters actually don't have plus frames that leave you in throw range, you have to raw drive rush or drive rush cancel, and that's really heavy on the drive resources. And so if you do that, it's actually suddenly now defense is too strong. And when you have games where defense is too strong, I'm looking at you, original Killer Instinct, like you can't like there was no throws in that game and there was only one overhead. Every character only had one overhead. So like, yeah, KI didn't have throws, they had one overhead, so you only had to look out for one move. Trust me, it was impossible to open people up in that game. And there was no blocks done, by the way. So if you got the life lead, you were just like, hee hee, and just sat there, right? Like, it was crazy. So what about the fact that not everyone has one? How can this logic exist? Well, that's just the throw loop. Like I said, if you're trying to nerf throw loop by putting this throw invulnerability, that means that you've nerfed every knockdown situation. And the characters who don't have a throw loop right now are considered amongst some of the weaker characters, right? So like not having a throw loop is actually kind of annoying because you can't threaten them with that throw option. And you see how that affects what people think of the character on the tier list. Now you want to do that to everybody on every knockdown? No! No! Like, Chun-Li players and Honda players are like, God, I have so much trouble opening people up in the corner where they all throw loop me and I can't do it back to them. Now just imagine the entire game is like that. This is what you want? Is this what you actually really want out of this game? You don't. Trust me, you don't want this. The problem with throw loops, and I'll say this over and over and over again until people understand this, is simply the risk and reward. That's the biggest problem with throw loops and raw drive rushes, etc., etc. It's just the risk and reward. Because I always say this, I will do nothing to throws. I will leave throws exactly as they play right now. And I will just make it so that everybody has a move that if I have like 4 bars of drive, if I wake up and I do down, down, and 3 kicks, just making up a motion. I wake up with an anti-throw move, and if I get thrown, the other guy gets KO'd. Just drains their life, no matter where they're at. 100% KO. Like, you throw this move, KO. They die. You have shifted the risk and reward so drastically that, like, people might go for 2 throws in a row sometimes, but throw loops will all but, like, disappear because it's not worth it anymore. It's just not worth it anymore. Because if you're wrong and you lose, Why would you try to throw them? And I've done nothing to throws. I haven't changed their frame data. I haven't added throw invulnerability, whatever. It's just the risk and reward changed. And now you're scared to try to throw them. Now, like what people are saying in the chat, if the throw loop happens, yeah, the worst part about it is that it's ugly. It's ugly. People don't want to see that. Because it just looks like the guy, like, what the hell? Like, why did Punk get thrown 5 times in a row? And the problem with it is, high level play indicates that they're making the right choice. But a lot of casual players won't be able to tell that they're making the right choice. You've seen a lot of people like, I don't get it. Why don't they just tech the throw? Again, enter level 3 discussion. But the problem is, if you get shimmied one time, you can lose up to 6,500 health. Some characters have better routes than that. If Ingrid has 4 stocks and she's coming to throw you, are you gonna try to tech? Are you gonna tech? Or are you gonna tech and potentially lose 7,500 of your life? Like, that's a scary thing to have to happen, right? So as the defender, you are better off eating the throws, hoping that after 2 or 3 throws, the opponent thinks you're gonna tech so that they don't meaty throw. Because if you take 3 throws in a row, you've lost 3,600 damage. That's like almost just barely above half of eating a giant combo from getting shimmied. You are better off taking those throws and hoping that the opponent thinks you're gonna tech and doesn't want to let you kind of build that space. So as a pro player, it is actually intelligent to take. If you take 5 throws in a row, you've lost 6,000 damage. That is 5 opportunities for the opponent to get scared and not go for the throw. Because a lot of times it takes a real like read, or like you're just in like, I am in asshole mode, and you just throw 5 times in a row. The likelihood of that happening is low. But the likelihood of you going for the tech and they shimmied you and you lose 6,500 damage is much higher. So taking 5 throws is less damage than getting shimmied. I lose 6,005 throws, and if I get shimmied, I lose 6,500, 7,000 potentially. If it's like Sagat, he's just going to murder you. And every DLC character that comes out does more and more and more damage. It's not even a Marisa thing anymore, right? Like, several characters can do like 7,000 damage to you with an optimized combo. So honestly, taking 5 throws in a row is kind of the correct choice sometimes. But if you're a viewer and you're watching it, you're just like, wait, why is Daigo so bad? Why did he just eat 5 throws in a row? And it's because it's actually tactically the smarter thing to do. Because you can't react to throws. But again, that's necessary, because if you couldn't be thrown on your wake up, like, you're not opening them up. Like, what reason is there anyone to ever wake up and like get hit? Like, if they just block on their wake up, what's gonna happen? And in essence, that does make perfect pairing stronger, not because it kills the mix-up. It's just that you, as the offensive guy, want to hit them with a meaty plus move or a drive rush cancel because you can't throw them. So you're just going to go for a meaty button, and that does open you up to getting perfect parried more. Right? I don't think that that's the reason it makes perfect parries too strong. It's just that, what are you supposed to do? The mix-up is attack, throw, or shimmy. If you shimmy, they're not doing anything. If you attack, they block. You can't throw them. What's the mix-up now? How do you open people up? People don't realize how crucial meaty throws are to the ability to actually break defense. If they take that away, Capcom has to journey into that realm like the Dragon Ball Fighter devs did, where they're like, we might have to make like throws stronger because if you can defend everything, the game doesn't work. So the problem with throw loops isn't that you can throw people when they get up. Now, input buffer allowing you to have those magic numbers so that your meaty throw is accurate every time, that's a whole nother conversation. Input buffer is a whole nother conversation. And I have a lot to say about that one, but that will take hours. So just keeping it to the throws and the throw loops here, you have to allow people to get meaty throws, or you cannot open people up. The best way you're going to open people up is to wait and then throw them, like delay the throw by like 5 or 8 frames or whatever necessary to get past the throw invul. And sure, that would work a little bit, but that just means now the guy waking up can also like jab a little bit more. Like it's not rewarding enough for the player to have knocked you down for that. And there's not enough options to be able to defeat that. Like if you look at City of the Wolves, for example, wake up lights beat meaty throws. There is enough throw invul frames. I don't remember exactly what the number was, like 4 or 5 frames or something like that. But there's enough invul frames that the most meaty throw that grabs, that can actually grab, will lose to the wake up fastest buttons in that game. However, City of the Wolves has like 1,000 ways to open you up, right? There's so many ways to punish you for things. Like every character has universal overheads, and you can stay far away and run throw, from farther away. You can attack a little bit more with special moves. It's really scary. You can, try to just do like, DP break or something like that as a meaty just for fun. There's a lot you can do. You can wait there, block and guard cancel, their wake up button or something. Like there's just enough mechanics that you can open people up for blocking. And the scary thing is that if you take away meaty throws in Street Fighter 6, even with Drive Rush and whatever like that, I don't think the mechanics are strong enough to be able to open people up without the threat of a meaty throw. Like I said, the game will be playable. People will figure out a way to make it work. But that they have to come up with a new core mechanic, and Capcom would definitely have to make a lot of adjustments to the game because some characters will become extremely weak and useless. Like Zangief is just going to become absolutely pointless. Now, a lot of people are going to be like, good. But still, like, he would become kind of pointless if you weren't scared on the wake up if he couldn't SPT you. Yeah, every character can get a meaty throw. Every character. Look, so again, it's not about the character. It's if can you be plus 5, 4, 3, or 2 next to the opponent when they get up. That's all it takes. So if you have any knockdown that lets you be next to the opponent at plus 5, 4, 3, or 2, yeah, you can get a meaty throw. And so it's not like any sort of like special crazy thing that this character gets, like throw loops. It's just, do I have a knockdown like that? There could be a character that doesn't have that, but they would just be the worst character in the game as a result. They would just be the worst character in the game if they couldn't land a meaty throw on any knockdown. If that character existed in Street Fighter 6 right now, they are de facto the worst character in the game. Like they can't do anything. They're terrible. And you know what? that is exactly why Jamie is a bad character. It's not that he doesn't have that Oki, it's that he has to sacrifice that Oki so often to get drinks. He has to sacrifice the Oki to become a normal strength character. Because when he starts at 0 drinks, he's at 90% damage. When he gets 1 drink, he's at 95% damage. When he gets 2 drinks, he gets 100%. So it takes him 2 drinks to get to normal damage and to get moves that are like good. Right? So he has to sacrifice 2 situations of potential Oki to get to the point where he can fight you like everybody else can. Whereas crazy characters like Ingrid will knock you down, shimmy you 1 time, and you die. She can 2-touch like every character in the game by building up some stocks. And so why would you ever play Jamie? Like, what is the point of Jamie at that point, right? That's why he's a bad character. And with characters like Marisa, they were so cautious about her damage that they didn't give her a lot of good knockdown situations. Like, a lot of her combos lead into light, pow, pow, lightning and thunder, right? Like, oh God, what is it called? It's not the phalanx, it's the, I memorized this name, I forgot what it was. But, the move where she, a Daimakeris, I think it's the Daimakeris, right? The one where she punches up. So a lot of her best combos can only lead into the up and the down, which is only like plus 27 at a distance in which you can't really get good Oki, etc., etc. So it's like not necessarily the best thing. They were so cautious about her. And then they made like 5 or 6 characters that do just as much damage as Marisa does, and don't have that weakness. Like, Capcom was like, whatever, we'll just make these characters. So there's all these characters that do as much damage as Marisa without the limitations that they put on Marisa on purpose because she did so much damage, that Marisa is not a good character. That's why she's not a good character, because she has no strength anymore. Her damage is now just normal. But they didn't buff a lot of her situations to get better Oki. So she's still the only high damage character that gets no Oki, because most of her combo routes force her into just that Daimakeris and the follow-up. And so that's why she is considered a lower tier character. She can still win, because if she does hit you right, like, it still hurts. But the question is, why use her when you can use so many other characters when $1 million is on the line? That's why you don't see any Marisas. Why you don't see any Jamies. If there wasn't $1 million on the line, a lot of people would still use them because character loyalty, and it's fun, and they like to prove that they can win with these lower tier characters. That's why I played low tier characters for a lot of my life. I just wanted to beat people with low tier characters because I was better than everybody else. So like, I just played low tier characters and beat them with that so I could feel like an asshole, and then always have the excuse if I lost, well, my character sucks, so you're supposed to win anyway, right? Like, that's all you did. But nowadays, with $1 million on the line, you're not gonna play these characters anymore. Yeah, everybody got power crept. Yeah, a lot. Ken got power crept to death. Like, he's still good, but like, why would you pick him and not Sagat? Why would you pick him and not Ryu, right? That's the thing. Yeah, you're loyal to your characters, but, and I don't mean this in any sort of insulting way at all, but how realistic is it for you to win Capcom Cup? Right? And like I said, John, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not being like, you suck. But like, We can afford to do that. But if people are complaining at tournaments, we never see low tier characters. Street Fighter 6 is super unbalanced. It's not super unbalanced. It's just that people are trying to win life changing money. And if you realistically have a chance to win Capcom Cup, you're gonna play Sagat instead of Ken. You're gonna play Mai instead of Ken, right? Character loyalty is nice, but $1 million is way nicer. So again, like I said, I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, and like it's hard for me to say that without sounding like an asshole. But like what people complain about, they don't see low tiers at tournaments. They don't understand the reason. So oh, so you're gonna play? Yeah, see, you're gonna play Hugo 8 on bird, dude. Mike Ross just rated earlier, and I was talking to him, and we were talking. I told him to play VSAV, but I was like, but the problem is, you're gonna play Victor, and he was like, that's who I played. How did you know? And I was like, God damn it, Mike Ross. There are just some people that they just can't escape it, dude. They can't escape it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. The $1 million thing isn't a mistake. The problem with it is that people are refusing to acknowledge it. And then when you talk about it, everyone's like, that's horrible. Oh, right. It's horrible that Kakaru turned out to have some illness, has retired from fighting games, and can live without a job and take care of himself. Really horrible, isn't it? That sucks, right? It sucks that a person like Uma can now just, donate to his favorite VTubers and stuff and live this super happy, comfy life and live off of interest. How terrible, how terrible that is, that Mena RD won $250,000 twice and was able to create esports centers in his home country and create a team and fly his friends and country mates all around the world to compete and have a great time and buy a new house for his mom and all this stuff. It's really terrible. God, this money was a mistake. Like, let's be logical here, okay? I know. I'm going in way too hard, Archer. I'm not trying to like insult you or whatever like that. Like, but what I'm just saying is like everything comes with perspective and everything has sides to it, Like I'm not trying to be mean or whatever like that, but I just like there's just so much to all of these conversations, to these discussions, which is why I always think that, I mean, honestly, when I make the joke at the end that like this is the most like greatest pod was the most the day you this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. Like I say that kind of as a joke, but in a lot of ways, I think I'm one of the only people that brings this viewpoint up that like I don't heavily try to take sides. I don't sit here and be like, you know what, like I think this way and that's right. I will work at trying to convince you of how I think. And oftentimes I will not even try to give you a way to think. I will just be like, come to your own conclusion. And you're absolutely right in either direction. Just don't be an asshole about it. Kind of like the season pass stuff, right? So like, I apologize, Archer. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. That was probably, yo, Ty. That was way harsh. You're just the virgin who can't drive. Yo, Ty, that was way harsh. I apologize. That was way harsh. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to sound so angry like that. 100% apologize. I have no idea. I don't know anything. Dude, Mike Lee, I just recently I had proof of why Clueless is just like one of the greatest movies of all time. I told the story when I was coming home from Japan that my screen on the chair in front of me didn't work, right? I could only get visuals and I couldn't get any audio. And I was really upset. And at one point in time, like when the breakfast came, I wanted to eat and watch something. And I was like, I was like, what can I just put on? And I saw Clueless and I was like, wait a minute. And I put on Clueless and I turned on the subtitles. And dude, because I've seen it for so many times already and stuff, and because it's just written so well, I heard the entire movie with no audio. Like every line I remembered exactly the inflections of everything, and oh my god. I mean, literally during the Tetris tournament this past weekend with all the rolling players, I almost made a rolling with the homies joke, and I just couldn't do it because I was like, everyone's so young, no one will know what I'm talking about. Oh man, but Archer, if you're still there, please let me know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I totally didn't mean to do that. I feel bad. I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad right now. So if you're in the chat, please let me know. I feel bad. Every anime expo between 2003 and 2007, we would be hanging out in the hotel room and Clueless would come on. And all of us would just stop doing anything and watch Clueless while drinking during anime expo. That's amazing. Oh my god, that movie is so good. But yeah. So, throw in vulnerability. You don't want that in Street Fighter 6. If you actually made Street Fighter 6 so that there was more throw-in vulnerability on Wake Up, the game would fall apart. The game would absolutely fall apart. And you have to specifically defeat throw loops, right? So a lot of the mechanics that I came up were like, oh, the you can have an anti-throw move that jumps and bounces off the back wall, because then it only works in the corner. Or if you backdash and someone throws you, it triggers like a V trigger thing, and then you can punish them. And that way, mid-screen, it wouldn't work, because if you backdash, you're too far away, and the throw won't trigger the thing, but if you're in the corner, it triggers it. You know, I just want to take away throw loops. But if you try to do stuff like increase the tech window or make the throw window, I'm sorry, if you make it so that there's more throw invul when they get up, you affect everything, not just the throw loops, right? So that would make a crazy shift in the game. Like all of a sudden it would go from being super offensive to super defensive, and I just don't think that would be healthy for the game at all. So, you know, a lot of times when people try to think of these balance decisions, you know, they don't think it all the way through, honestly. So I think we have to, like, the whole crux of balancing in fighting games is risk and reward. That's just all it is. Like, everything has to be risk and reward. There is no such thing as a broken mechanic in a fighting game if you can fix the risk and reward. That's it. That's it. As long as you fix the risk and reward, every mechanic can work. And every broken mechanic in the game has been one that has been too little risk, too much reward. And so I truly believe there is no such thing as a mechanic that you can come up with that cannot be fixed by tweaking the risk and reward of that mechanic. So it's hard for me to say that a mechanic is super broken, because especially in the era where patches exist, because I think it can always be done. I don't really have a solid tier list because I have everybody in just like chunks, but I could try to make one at one point. How about adding a substantial amount of scaling when drive rush canceling, so you choose between hit confirming for damage or burn 3 bars for knockdown Oki? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think even drive rush canceling is that broken because it really does cost a lot of meter to do that. What needs to happen is that raw drive rushes create a cooldown on being able to passively regain drive gauge for 5 seconds. But drive rush cancel creates a passive cooldown for 3 seconds. I think they should increase it to 5 seconds, and I think that would make it work better. You'd still be able to do the things like the micro walks and build up a little bit drive gauge. You can do the 3 drive rush cancel combos. But if you just increase, and again, this would require testing. 5 might not be enough. Maybe after a drive rush cancel, it's 8 seconds of drive rush recovery cooldown, passive recovery cooldown. Because if you just make it so that the drive rush cancel feels really scarier to do, again, that increases the risk, which makes the reward make more sense, right? Again, we don't have to change the drive rush in terms of what it can do on the offense. But if it forced you into 8 seconds of like not being able to passively recover any drive gauge, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. So, like, that would be a good way to do that. Oh, no worries, Jay Chenzor. That thought was the preamble for a much longer thought. Okay, sorry again. I really do apologize. Like, it's tough because when you're in the position where you are a known entity, like, sometimes you forget that, like, you can sound like a super dick. So I apologize about that. Just from a pure cold profit thing. They can't walk it back, and it changes their approach to margins and profit. So they can't take risk with mechanics and characters. Yeah, that's another problem, honestly. That is a huge thing that a lot of people aren't taking into account, is that people love this game. As much as you sit on Twitter and think everybody hates this game, people love this game. And if you change it too much, you risk a lot. I mean, look at, some of these patches that have changed games a lot. People get mad. Now, I was about to bring up Tekken 8, but Tekken 8 was more like broken promises, so it's not quite the same thing. But there have been patches that have kiboshed games and made people really upset. And so right now, as everybody loves this game, and see, the nice thing about it is all the changes that I have been saying to nerf to make the risk scarier lets all the people who love this game still do the things that they enjoy doing, like, drive rush cancel combos and stuff like that. But at the lowest levels, the risk isn't as big of a deal. If you watch low level Street Fighter 6 play, people just burn themselves out. Like, they're just like, boom, cancel, and then just boom, cancel again. They just burn themselves out. Like, they're not paying attention. So, like, the cooldown, nerfing the cooldown, the passive regain is a high level affected mechanic. It won't show its ugly head in lower level matches, right? And so throw loops, if you put something that requires like good reads and stuff like that, that beats them. But honestly, like, I don't even think it really matters. Like, if you just make an anti-throw move, I think people will enjoy it from high level to low level. Again, the problem with throws is it's too low risk. Because, like, if I just gonna go up and throw you and I have a perfectly timed meaty throw that you can't even backdash and punish me with, that I'm still plus in that situation, because that's possible. If I do a perfect +5 meaty throw, if you backdash when you wake up, you can't punish me, right? I think I still have the frame advantage in that situation, right? So I still get to attack you. So if you actually put in a proper, like, anti-throw move in the game, and for me, honestly, the way that I would solve it, what happened there? The way that I would solve it is that I would make the mechanic cost super meter. I would make an anti-throw mechanic really good and it costs super meter. Because now if you're getting throw looped and you want to use this to defeat the throws, you got to spend super meter. And now I've nerfed level 3s. Because now you have to think about it. Do I want to save my meter to build up to a level 3 so I can get some crazy comeback or a kill mechanic, but risk getting thrown all over the place? Or do I really want to spend like half a bar of super meter to do an anti-throw thing and get myself out of this situation? Like, what if you gave everybody a mechanic where, because they're in the wall on the corner, when they're knocked down, they kick off the wall invincibly and do like an Aki command dash, clear across the other screen, but it costs half a meter. So you can't punish the other guy, but you get out. Now you're just like, shit, I really want to use this because I hate being in the corner. And you get out, but you spend the meter for your super meter, and now the prevalence of touch of death 65% damage combos on a shimmy or on a mischecked drive rush also drops. That's how I would fix throw loops and nerf level 3s at the same time. I think that's cool. Yeah, that's the thing, Yeeting. Like, I wouldn't know if it would be a full bar or half a bar. Like, it might be too good, so then yeah, a full bar. But again, like, whenever I come up with these changes, like, it's always, here's the change, now we have to test it. Is this too much? Is this too little? Is this, I don't know the answer, because you have to play the game and find out. So I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, when this happens, you should get like plus 19 on, or like, you should do that. I don't know the answer, but if we try and test it out, we can tweak it. Like my mechanic for making Sagat still a zoner, like a way to make him zone. I know the concept of what I'd want to do, but I don't know the numbers of what I'd want to do. You know what I mean? Like, I know that I would give him like a counter thing that eventually, if it gets to a certain point, then his fireballs actually drain drive gauge even if you parry it. But I don't know what that number is. I don't know if it's like, oh, okay, if it gets to 10, if it gets to 20, maybe it's only if it gets to 30. I don't know. Like, but you come up with the mechanic and you play test it at that point. And that's the important part, honestly. So, let's see here. That idea would supremely buff Rashid and Blanca and Ed. 100%. 100%. And that's something that, I have to think about a lot. And JP as well would buff JP, would buff Ingrid. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things to think about when coming up with that kind of fix, right? Anybody with a good level 2 becomes significantly stronger. And that's a scary situation in of itself. So, do you nerf those? Do you buff a lot of other characters level 2s? Does that negate the fix completely? I don't know. And it would be something to test. I mean, I would nerf Lightning Beast already. But, that's just me. So, Chun would be unplayable with that much lockout because she's already quite drive hungry. You'd be surprised, John, that most characters are pretty drive hungry. If I told you that Blanca is extremely drive hungry, I don't think you would believe it. But when you actually pick up a character like Cammy is super drive hungry. Holy crap. Very drive hungry. So I think you have to, you'd be surprised at how drive hungry most characters are in this game. We have recently learned that Tekken 8's patch lead time is about 1 year, so the nerfs that came in the last 2 patches were in the works for a year. Maybe, we don't know, for Street Fighter. We don't know, right? Like, that's the Tekken pipeline. I wouldn't be surprised if they were, 6 months old, 3 months old, or something like that. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a year. So, wait, didn't they already add a way to wake up and out of a possible throw loop? Drive reverse. Yeah, but the problem is that wake up drive reversal is a glorified wake up DP. That's all it is. And so if having a wake up DP still makes throw loops very possible against you, what is a wake up drive reversal going to do necessarily? It's going to die to shimmies. And if you block it, you're -6, so people get to murder you unless you're Marisa or Blanca or something like that. But like obviously having a wake up ODDP is helpful, but it's still not enough to discourage people from going for throw loops. That's the problem. You get more rewarded now because if you do hit them out of the throw, you gain an extra drive gauge, but it doesn't shift the risk and reward enough. It doesn't really do anything to the risk and reward of a meaty throw that doesn't already exist for every character with a wake up DP, with a wake up ODDP. That's the problem, is that it really doesn't add anything about the defense. Terry's level 2 wouldn't necessarily work because you still need 3 meters to do it, to do the full 1, 2, 3. If you don't have the level 1 left over, you don't get to do that. So, your level 3 solution will buff drive reversals. Yeah, no, see, that's the thing, is like the level 3 solution, like nerfing level 3s, like helps balance so much of this game, which is why I'm on this like ridiculous rant. Like I keep talking about it. I keep saying it to everybody who will listen because I really think that's the biggest problem in the game. Like if I do a drive rush cancel one time and I don't want to burn myself out because I don't think I'm going to kill you with the level 3, I'll do a level 3 because I drive rush cancel, but the level 3 will probably give me 2 blocks of drive gauge back because the animation is so long that, you know, I spent 1 drive gauge to do like a chunk of damage and I drained some of your drive gauge, so maybe now I have the potential to burn you out. Like, dude, there's just way too much good for a resource that you are guaranteed to have if you don't get slaughtered. Right? Obviously, if you get wiped out, you don't get a level 3, but if you're getting wiped out, then who cares about a level 3? But you're guaranteed to have one. And that's what makes everything so... Like, when I watch a Street Fighter 6 match, I actually genuinely do not like the fact that on round 3, when characters get to half a life bar, and let's say the enemy has a level 3, like you can't get touched now. I genuinely dislike the fact that like a lot of round 3s come down to I have half a bar, I cannot get touched 1 time now. Oh, I got perfect parried, I still died, right? Like even with the initial scaling, because it's really about the minimum scaling of the level 3 at 2000. It always does 2000 damage, at least. It always at least does 2000 damage. So even if I'm perfect parried, every hit that you do before the level 3 is bonus damage. Because it scales down immediately to 50%, there's no reason to ever perfect parry into level 3. Because the scaling is already down there. And so everything you hit with all of your buttons are added on to the guaranteed 2000 damage of the level 3. So if I can hit you after perfect parry and do 1500 damage, I'm doing 3500 damage. If I hit you with everything that I've got and do 2200 damage, I get to do 4200 damage. So everything that you do before the level 3 after a perfect parry is actually added damage to the level 3 because it instantly scales to 50%. And so there's no way to make the super do more damage. So everything you do before that is worth it damage. And we'll add to that 2,000 damage. And if you're at critical art, you will do 2,250 damage. So like it's level 3s, man, level 3s. I mean, I've already said that. So JNV, I've said something very similar, that if you are burned out, your level 3 minimum scaling drops to 10%. The funny thing about watching that Street Fighter 4 match between Cien and Tokido that I was talking about earlier was that, one guy had an ultra, the other guy had 50%. Me and David were commentating it, and the guy didn't have a super, and so like we were just like talking about it, like, oh yeah, like you hit him, but like he's definitely gonna live. Like even in Street Fighter 4, like having that ultra there, like because it scaled all the way to 10%, like you just weren't as scared when you're at half life. I don't like the fact that if I have 10% life, well, let's say I have 15% life and you have 50% life, but we both have a level 3. That essentially the life lead doesn't matter. Next hit from both of us will most likely kill. Whereas in older games, when you were at 15%, chip damage actually became really scary. And so it created a different tension. It created an alternate win condition. But because there's no chip damage, if we're both at full drive gauge with level 3 and I'm at 15% and you are at 50%, like the only difference is that you can kill me with 2 throws. But I can still kill you if I hit you one time. So like there's not a huge advantage for having a 35% life lead. This is not Street Fighter 6 exclusive. I hated this in Street Fighter 5 too. It's the same thing that happens. I I don't like not having chip death. Now, Street Fighter 5 was a little different. It had that gray health, but still, it in the end, like, did it really make that much of a difference? Like, but again, in Street Fighter 5, the level the super combo, there was no level 3. It was just the super combo. Like, you had other reasons to use that meter, so you weren't always in danger of the level 3 all the time. Now, a lot of people would just kill you with the V trigger because a lot of characters just had combos off of V triggers that just did a lot of damage. So there was a lot of that as well. So, this is just my small rant about I like chip damage. I like chip damage because that makes it so that 15% versus 50% matters. You're more scared when you're at 15%. I know a lot of people are like, I don't like that. It's like, I hate dying when it was unearned because, again, if someone knocks you down to 0 health and throw a fireball on you and you die because there's nothing you can do about it, that's just the last hit of the combo. That's just the last hit of the combo. Like, there was nothing unfair about it because you ended up at 0 health because you made a lot of mistakes. Right? Are you forgetting that doing more attacks after the perfect parry before the level 3 increases the risk of messing up and dropping the combo? I mean, what Yeating says is true. Like, yeah, it happens. It happens and it will happen. But again, when it happens in Street Fighter 6, it's like a baseball error. Like I said before, like when it happens, it's like, oh my God. Right? Whereas in a lot of old games, it was like, oh my God, can he land this? I will be surprised. But in Street Fighter 6, you even hear it from the commentators. They're like, oh, yeah, he should be dead. No, actually, I won't say anything. Commentators curse. Commentators curse. Because for the most part, they're not dropping it. for the most part, they're not dropping it unless, I mean, I've always said Luke's biggest weakness is that he has the potential to drop his flash knuckle combos. That's like his biggest weakness, is that he's one of the characters that has to rely on this timing thing. Whereas most other characters like pow, pow, drive rush cancel, pow, pow, drive rush cancel, pow, 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 level 3, and it just works. So, yeah, chip damage, chip damage shouldn't be an issue, to be honest. In 6, we have universal, you have parry. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. So you're saying like the game should just have chip damage because you can negate it by parrying, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a whole nother thing, right? Like you could just parry a lot of the time. So if someone's trying to zone you from a screen away with fireballs, you're just gonna parry them anyway, right? So like, I wish chip damage would come back. Like, it's crazy because so many of these games that people love, like MVC2, like, we've often said that, like, Japan couldn't get good at that game compared to US because they didn't realize how powerful chip damage was. Like, Japan wasn't willing to spend the super on chip damage. But in the US, we were just like, chip damage, chip damage, chip damage. Like, it's crazy. But that makes the game interesting, in my opinion. There's so many old games with Invul DPs and chip damage and proximity normals and all these things that everybody hates, that in all these old games, people don't mind it. But yet people talk about these things like they're so broken. Like I've had people say to me like, oh God, I hope Invul DPs, meterless Invul DPs never come back. Because that would be so broken. No, it'd be broken in 5 and 6, maybe. But like I said, as long as you balance the game, like everything can be balanced. As long as you balance the game. I mean, like I said, Ken has like one of the most broken dragon punches in the history of Street Fighter and Super Turbo. Like most characters can't do anything about blocked light DP. If Ken walks up to you and just goes light DP and you block it, you can't kill him, but you can't even hit him. Like, most characters can't punish that at all. And Ken is low tier in Super Turbo. He's not a good character, man. He's not a good character. And he has, like, one of the most broken DPs in Street Fighter history. It's like everything can be balanced properly. So, like, it's not that simple to just be like, no, you should never have Invul DBs meterless again. Like, dude, like, you can add that to some games and the character would still be bad. You know, it's crazy. I had an idea that both versions of Drive Reversal could have their startup be more in line with Ed's slower ODDP of 13 frames and become safe on block. I have secretly wanted drive reversals to be safe on block, but only the wake up. Not the one on block. Only the wake up one. To make that safe on block so that to beat it, you would neutral jump. And that would add a new layer to the attack throw shimmy mix up. I've kind of wanted wake up drive reversals to be safe on block, honestly, but I don't know if that would be too strong. Again, with something to test. If Capcom offered you the choice to have close far normals again, would you want them back? FGC Deadpool, I am been famously on record saying that I think proximity normals would improve the game. Like, I'm not gonna say like it's gonna be like but like I think it's healthier for slower games like Street Fighter. I think that there is more benefits to them than negatives, and that people over exaggerate the negatives, and that learning how to use the moves at the right distances is part of the skill of using a character. I miss proximity normals so much. And the argument for that And like, so here's 2 points I always make. One, you think that they added them to Street Fighter 2 because they felt like complicating the game? Or do you think they added it to the game because they were like, this doesn't play as well without without these, right? Like, why would they add them in the game if if the only thing it does is complicate them? Like, you wouldn't have put them in the game if you didn't feel like that they served a very distinct purpose. And again, the distinct purpose they serve is that close up moves have to act differently than far moves. Close up moves have to be fast, they have to have good frame data. It's good to have them plus on a hit so that they can actually do links and stuff like that. So what happens is that you end up with a game. Street Fighter 6 has kind of streamlined this a little bit more, where almost everybody's standing medium punch is a close up button. And what that means is that you have eliminated an entire button to make a cool, interesting move to be used in neutral. That is the problem. And what happens is that if it's a close-up move, you then try to make it at least somewhat useful in neutral, and you end up with moves like Sagat's close standing medium punch, which ends up kind of feeling oppressive and broken. Because it's really strong, right? It doesn't have a lot of range, which is fine, but like a lot of the times the moves that you design for close-up moves, like Boxer in Street Fighter 5, his standing heavy kick was essentially a close-up move because it was plus on block. But it was a heavy kick button, so it beat mediums and lights with the priority system, and they wanted to make it reach decently far so that it could be used in neutral. So they were scared like to make it too short range to make it a close-up move, so they added but if you add proximity to the game, you have 6 standing buttons that you can make do all sorts of interesting things. Like, someone was like, what else do I want besides? And I was like, dude, you could have moves that do armor. You could have low profile moves. You could have moves that make you swing backwards. You could have moves that like hop over lows. You can have some of them be overheads. You can make them be super fast and not cancelable, but like lots of recovery on whiff or something. Like, there is just so much you could do with having that many more buttons in neutral. Like, look at Cammy standing light punch, Chun-Li standing light punch. Like, they're really good because they reach really far. But they made them reach far, but they have to have close-up frame data, so they're really strong. And so characters with that have like a cool advantage. Whereas they could have just made it so that the close-up button only comes out close up, and there's a farther version one that can interact in the footsies a little bit more and doesn't have to have close button frame data. And that's why I like proximity normals. I think, and like, yeah, okay, there might be a normal that is useless. But when someone finds that one crazy use out of it, and they use it in a tournament, you end up with that is a useless button, and they find a way to use it, and you're like, that was amazing. And oftentimes it is those quote useless buttons when used by top players that distinguishes them as top players from everybody else because they know their character that much more detailed. In the match that I didn't get to analyze, Mena RD does something with Blanca that I didn't know about. And when I saw him do it, I was like, wait a second. And I labbed it and I was like, and I'll get there when I actually analyze this video. But he knew something about a normal attack that I didn't know, and I don't think a lot of people know. And when he did it, I was like, yo, like that's crazy. So I just think like having more of that, more variety is cool. And yeah, a lot of people are like, well, what about just having them as command normals? No, I don't want them as command normals because, again, a lot of the moves that are close up attacks have better frame data. And when we saw that in Alpha 3, a lot of characters with really good close up attacks were able to use them in neutral, like Sakura back heavy punch, and Ryu and Akuma back heavy kick. So having it just be a directional thing, still gives you access to moves that I don't think you should have in neutral. Also, it is a huge nerf to charge characters because they have to hold back to charge a lot of the time. They don't get the freedom of being able to use forward plus buttons and stuff like that. So I don't like it as much. I still prefer proximity normals, honestly. Oh yeah, so Cayeno Logos actually just said that too. Then why not just make those unique normal inputs? Because I don't want you to have access to some of these buttons from far away. I like because their frame data is really good. It's like I said, like if I made you so that your far jab is worse than your close jab on purpose, so that the jab can be used in footsies but not be oppressive. If I can use back and light punch to do the close-up version, then what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, yes, the point is sometimes to make it so you can't use these moves. Like Kimberly, like her crouching heavy punch is an anti-air and it's designed to be a close-up button. That move can't do jack shit in neutral. Do you know how sad that move's horizontal range is? It is really depressing. And so in neutral, I lost the ability to have access to a crouch heavy punch that does something. Now, obviously, it's a crouching button, so I don't need to worry about that because obviously I can access that and there's no such thing as close and far crouching moves. But then you could make a close-up heavy attack behave like that crouching heavy punch. Close-up heavy could be this move instead, and now you could turn crouching heavy punch into something interesting that I can use in neutral. It just adds to the variety. And I'm still going to say it too, neutral jump attacks should go back to being unique animations like they were in the past. Because having diagonal jump moves during neutral jump is too strong. It's too powerful. Neutral jump, if you noticed in Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, neutral jump is way more useful than it was in older games. That's because in a lot of older games, when you neutral jump, they purposely made the button not hit very far. Like a lot of times in characters when they neutral jump, all their attacks were always like angled. They purposely made a lot of neutral jump attacks not reach as far to make neutral jumps not as annoyingly powerful as they are in 5 and 6. So I still believe that should change too as well, but that's a whole nother story. Command normals is so hard for Geef. He is already full of command normals. Yeah, that's another one too. Like, I do hate the fact that, like, if I want to walk up and do a move, sometimes I have to, like, time it so that I let go of forward so I don't accidentally do the forward version. Like, Lucia in Street Fighter V, her overhead was forward and heavy punch. But her standing heavy punch in neutral was so necessary. And so it was so short ranged already that, like, I would try to walk and standing heavy punch, and I came out with forward heavy punch so many times when I didn't want that stupid overhead. and I just wanted a standing heavy punch. I had to walk and learn how to let go and press. You know, like if I was on a hitbox, it would be great because I would just walk forward and press back and heavy punch, and that would guarantee I came out with the neutral one. But on a joystick, it was a pain in the ass. So, well, so it's different in VF. It's different in VF because VF, you don't walk into buttons that often, right? You're dashing a lot, you're dashing, and you're approaching with a lot of the moves because they move forward. A lot of your normal attacks, your attacks in general in VF move forward automatically, right? I've played Tekken, I've played VF in the past. That's not something that comes up because the way you play those games a lot of times, the moves are making you move forward. So micro walk into button isn't necessary because like almost all the buttons micro walk for you. So it's not as much of an issue. If you actually examine like Tekken and Virtua Fighter compared to Street Fighter and compare the amount of moves that actually make you move forward in the two genres, like Tekken and Virtua Fighter is like almost everything except for like crouching punches and crouching kicks don't make you move forward. But in Street Fighter, the moves that make you move forward are the rarer buttons, right? So VF and Tekken handle that for you automatically. So it's not much of an issue. So that's the reason why it's not as big of a problem in a lot of those 3D games. You know, there's very few situations where I'm going to be Wolf and I'm holding forward on the controller to walk up to my opponent to do back and punch. Like, that doesn't happen in VF that much. You don't just hold forward and walk at people as much, right? Movement is very different in those games. Like when I play Tekken, when I'm King, you don't walk forward at them, right? You attack with forward +1 or down forward +1, you know, or backdash and try to build up space. You know what I mean? It's different. Nobody walks very fast in those games. So it's a different kind of situation. In any case, that's what I wanted to talk about here about throw invulnerability. You gotta love it. You gotta love these streams, man. Dude, I go off on every topic, but I love it. I love doing this. I said before in the past I should stream more often with no topic intended and just start talking about stuff because it's fun. I enjoy doing it, and I really do think I approach things in a way that a lot of other people don't. And it's because I've been playing fighting games for 3.5 decades. Like, I've experienced a lot of different things. I understand exactly how things interact. I have a really strong knowledge of what makes things different between all the fighting games. You know, all the things that I say about Street Fighter don't apply to Darkstalkers or Tekken or City of the Wolves. Like, I'm just talking about Street Fighter, right? Like I said, for slow-paced Street Fighter games, I like proximity normals, but like for Marvel, like who the hell cares about proximity? Like, you don't need it because lights always lead to the good stuff. So if you're close up, you just use the light buttons, you know, like, because everything is a chain combo, right? So like the proximities aren't as necessary, and like you're always fighting from crazy ranges anyway, etc., etc. So like it's pretty crazy. So I actually plan to do that, John Ansel, very soon. Well, not soon, because I want to do a bunch of Darkstalker streams first. But perhaps after Evo, I might start streaming a bunch of Virtua Fighter 5 because I really want to learn Virtua Fighter because I didn't get a chance to talk about it, but 6 looks fucking amazing. Like, everything I'm seeing about 6 so far, I'm like, I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. And I want this game to succeed so badly now because it's doing all the right things and it looks fun as hell. So like I really want to get good at Virtua Fighter so I can play VF6. Obviously, for my career purposes, yeah, I'm going to have a little bit of ulterior motive because then maybe that means I can commentate the game. And I'd love to be able to do that, but I'd want to be able to do that only if I can legit, like, know how to play the game. So I want to learn how to play the game, you know, for reasons of I think this game looks awesome and I want it to succeed. And one of the best ways I can make it succeed is if I help do commentary for the game. So there's a side benefit, obviously, that means I get hired for more things and make money, so I'm cool. But yeah, so I'm totally down. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be streaming Darkstalkers very, very soon. FGC Deadpool, not to play against other people, but I want to prepare everybody for what to expect from the characters. So I'm gonna do streams one by one, and they're not necessarily gonna be like tutorials, but like, okay, you see a match with Raptor, this is what's gonna happen. This is what they're gonna be looking for. You know, I'm gonna try to get some Darkstalkers experts on there, but like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, this is the detail. So like I said, it's not necessarily a tutorial, just more like, this is what makes them strong. This is what you're going to expect out of them. This is kind of the things that you wanna see. Obviously, the experts of this game are gonna know how to do crazier things than I'm showing you here. But this is what makes the character good. This is what makes the character not as good. This is what makes the character bad. This is what is, you know, that's what I'm gonna do for Darkstalkers. And, you know, I'm hoping I can get some Darkstalker experts to watch and to offer corrections and advice, because as much as I love the game and as much as I have been playing it recently, there's still a lot I don't know. And a lot of those things are very esoteric, by the way. So it's, you know, no one's gonna, if you get mad at me for not knowing something that crazy, like, come on, dude, like, look, just go easy on me, okay? But like, I do want to correct, I do want people to correct things if I'm like, oh, well, this character is considered weak because of this. And then someone's like, actually, that's not what makes them weak. You know, like, I'd like that kind of corrections and stuff like that during the streams and stuff. So, could you get permission to use Vampire Arcadia YouTube videos as source material for tutorials? If I wanted to make tutorials, absolutely. But that's not my goal in this. I'm not making tutorials here. That is not what I'm gonna do. It's really just a, like, you're interested in Lord Raptor? This is what you're gonna see. And by the way, here's a bunch of cool little Easter eggs about him. This is the coolest thing. He turns into a basketball. Like, I just want to like make videos that people can watch and just be like, okay, this game is sick. That's all I want to do. but like, I can guarantee you at this point, if I just went up to Aileris and was just, and that is how you pronounce his name, by the way, Aileris. I used to say Aileris, which is not correct. He told me this in person. It's Aileris. So if I walked up to Aileris and I was like, hey, can I use your vampire again? He'd be like, dude, do it. Go, please. So I'm not even worried about that at all. So, but I just want to definitely do like a stream like, look, so what I was talking about push blocking earlier, I want to do a whole thing on push blocking, do a whole thing on guard canceling. I want to do a whole thing on the way that you can jump and still do moves and ways to cheat things and things that people have discovered and stuff. Like, I just want to make a good primer for people who are going to watch Evo. That's all. I don't have to go into like super detail. I just want to make it so that, look, I'm telling you, watch Vampire Savior because it's the best game ever. And so you should watch it. So if you listen to me and you watch it, these are the things to expect and what to see, so you know, like, this is skilled, this is common. Like, I just want you to give you a little more knowledge so that when you watch it at Evo, you have a better understanding of what to expect and such. I want to improve your viewing experience for Vampire Savior. That's all. So, you like Savior 2 the best? I don't know enough about Savior 2 and Hunter 2 to really give an opinion. I tend to dislike them mostly for no real reason at all, that except for it's just not Vampire Savior. My favorite version of Vampire Savior is still the Saturn version of Vampire Savior, because you do have you do have Donovan, Witzel, and Pyron on those versions with pure Vampire Savior rules, right? It plays exactly the same as Vampire Savior with everybody else, but you have access to those three characters. So that's my favorite version of Vampire Savior. I am so excited for these streams. I watch at all the events. That speed of the game is so addictive. Cool. I mean, yeah, Deadpool. If you are super knowledgeable in the game, and if you are in my chat, you can obviously help with corrections as well. But trust me, before I go on any of these streams, first thing I do is go to the Vampire Savior Discord, and I'm going to post in there, guys, I'm going to do this stream, and I want as many people to hang out in there as possible. And I want you to correct me if I ever make a mistake, because I want this to be as accurate as possible. But I also want to make sure that I kind of lead the conversation, because I know that a lot of experts for these characters will go down rabbit holes that are just gonna be like, okay, like this is cool, but like we don't need to go this far right now. So I have read that VSAV 2 and VH2 have very questionable balance decision, which caused those games to bomb and get terrible reviews in Japan. So they never got released internationally until CFC 1. They did exist. God, I remember there was another, like there was a Darkstalkers collection that had them before. So they have been released statewide, I think, unless it was only import, and I just can't remember. But also, you have to keep in mind that Vampire Hunter 2 and Vampire Savior 2 were literally CPS2 board dumps. They were moving to CPS3 at the time, and they had too many CPS2 hardware that they didn't know what to do with, and they didn't want to throw them away. So they just cobbled together a Vampire Hunter 2 and a Vampire Savior 2. They didn't care about the balance. They didn't care, like, that much about them. They were there to use the hardware to sell to arcades and maybe make a little bit of money, rather than just throw them or bury them in the desert like a bunch of ET cartridges, right? So that's the only reason why Hunter 2 and Savior 2 were made. They were never made with any intention of being like something that were like meant to be like, wow, this is awesome. So yeah, they just made a few changes enough to justify having those games so that people would buy them, or maybe people would try them. But they really had never real any intention to like, they weren't like planned games to make, because at that point they just figured they were moving to CPS3 and that was it. So um dude, the craziest thing is FGC Deadpool, like I've said to everybody, like if they made a few Darkstalkers today, like you better make sure you have someone who's insane on your team. Because if you were gonna make a horror movie monster fighting game, and you were like, I'm gonna put a mummy in the game, and I'm gonna put a yeti in the game, and I'm gonna put a fish man in the game, I'm gonna put a zombie in the game, I'm gonna put a Chinese ghost in the game, like I'm gonna put in Frankenstein. If anybody pictured what we got in Vampire, in the vampire series, like you are just insane. Like no one, nobody was gonna make a mummy play like Anachorus. Like this, like what is that? Like a Grim Reaper? Like I'm gonna put the Grim Reaper in my game. Jeddah. Like what? Wait, what? You know, like oh, I'm gonna put Red Riding Hood in the game because like with Talbane and stuff. Dude, like that's the character. Like, dude, the character design in the Darkstalkers games are just like S SSS plus tier. There is not a single character in Vampire Savior that is a bad design. Like every one of them, I'm talking aesthetically and move set and stuff like that. I'm not talking about how strong they are, but what they made the QB kills herself and spawns a brand new QB in the middle of the fight when she hits you with the the lunging attack. She literally dies and births, like, the implants you with a seed. She puts a seed into your stomach, dies, and then you turn into a giant egg, and the egg hatches, and a new QB jumps out and continues the fight. Like, there is not a single character in Darkstalkers that is like even approaches like this is such a bad design. Like, they are exemplary designs from top to bottom. Like, it's just like dude, yeah, they have unrivaled aura. Thank you, John Ansel. That's the best way to put it. Honestly, this is the best way to put it. They have unrivaled aura, dude. It's so crazy. The Darkstalkers, like, and this is the thing. It's always made me sad because, like, everyone will ask me, what's your favorite fighting game? And I always had to say to play Super Turbo, but just in terms of like the game, Vampire Savior is my favorite fighting game. And now that like I have spent a lot of time learning this game, I can legit just say Vampire Savior is just bar none my favorite fighting game. Like playing, aesthetics, everything. Like I love this game so incredibly much, man. Ugh. Dude, and see, this is what I'm scared of, like, of people making a new vampire game. Because you're right, Victor is hilarious. He's super silly. And I always say this, then you read his backstory, and it is the most tragic backstory that you will ever see. Which actually, like, the fact that every time you fight him, he's on the war agony stage, which is like the sad music, and he's just like in the middle of war torn wherever, like hiding. Like, it is just like the most like heart wrenching storyline you could ever like. That's the thing about Vampire is like they did such a good job balancing between violence, silliness, sexiness, sadness, and badassery. Like it like I'm so scared of anyone trying to make the game today that they would just focus on the violence or they would just focus on the sexiness or they would just try to make it silly because people like, oh, I know Raptor turns you into a basketball, right? But like the seriousness, the severity of it, like you have BB Hood who like, oh, I hit you by accident, but I go evil on some of these moves. But then you have Jeddah, who's like literally cutting himself to spray blood on you. His guard cancel is him literally turning his thumb into a giant knife and cutting off his head, which drops to the floor, and his guard reversal is blood spraying out of his neck. He hits you with the blood spraying out of his neck by decapitating himself. The Fetus of God stage is actually legit disturbing for some people, right? Like, they do such a good job to like balance everything. Well, so by the time he gets the Vampire Savior, basically like Victor, it's the creator, like, is the only person that he knows, and like he's always with them all the time. But then the creator dies. And now he's lonely. And he's sad because he's lonely. But then going through the lab, he finds out that the creator created a sister for him. And so he's so happy. So he like brings the sister to life, and now he's not lonely anymore. And then she dies. And now he's by himself again. Like, you're just like, fuck, dude, like, come on. like, come on, dude. Like, what the hell? And so, like, he's even more depressed now. And that's why, like, in some of the other, endings, like, you always see the ghost of the girl. Like, one of his endings in the early games, he would shoot out a giant, like, his arm. It looked like he was doing the punch. But he just has a bouquet of flowers, and his sister's ghost is there and stuff like that, dude. Like, it's like crazy. Like, his story is so tragic, dude. It's crazy. Oh man. All right, look, I've got someone hungry over here, and as much as Victor loved his sister and everything like that, that's how much I love this cat. Obviously, I miss Jasmine to death. I'm still, like, it's tough. It's weird. But I find myself not mourning her passing as badly because I feel like I'm so, like, I need to make this boy happy. Like, all of my emotional energy is making sure this boy is happy. So, I don't have time. I don't have the emotional bandwidth to mourn Jasmine right now. I just want to make sure this guy is loved and he knows he's loved. And that he's happy and well fed. Yeah. If not a new game, would you expect Darkstalker's character to be a part of future Capcom versus SNK? Probably. And they might even be a future part of Street Fighter 6, considering what Ingrid is doing to the universe. So we'll see what happens. They could just turn Street Fighter 6 into Capcom All-Stars. Honestly, at this point, if Street Fighter 6, if Super Street Fighter 6 came out and it was just called Capcom All-Stars and it just had everybody in it, I can't say I'd be surprised. Honestly, I can't say that. So, oh God, look at this. Look at him. He's so cute. Yeah, no, Sofa-sen, she passed away at the end of March. So it's been a little over 2 months now. It was really hard, really, really hard. But like I said, I'm worried because that means Nathan is by himself now. Nathan is a cat who is alone, and I'm so concerned about making sure that, he's okay, that he's happy. I have definitely had a few ugly cry nights about Jasmine. I do miss her tenderly. There was one point in time I was in my kitchen, and I had just gone to the grocery store, and I had all my, grocery bags, the reusable grocery bags, and I was like using them, and I put a black one on the floor next to me. And as I was putting away groceries, like, I just, out of the corner of my eye, I saw that black grocery bag. Oh God, and I thought it was Jasmine for a second, and oh God, that was brutal, man. That was rough. That was a rough minute or two at that point. So I was just like, oh God, like, for a second she was there again, and then I had to remember, and it was hard. Oh, man. But this guy is a good boy. And he deserves his food. He deserves his food. So I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight to you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. And the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. I'm not ready yet over here. But for me...
It was Tuesday.
Let see if there's anybody I can raid. There might not be that much to raid at this point. I know it's late at night, so most of the viewers have taken off here, but you know what? It never hurts to try to raid somebody with a low count just to help out. I like to, you know, raid people and surprise people. What the hell, dude? What's happening here? What is going on over here? Alright, let's do viewers high to low. Close this. I've raided Vesper before. So there's this guy like named Stick Beast who has 14 viewers. We have Zourdo who has 12 viewers over here. Let's see. Just want to be able to help somebody. Oh God, Seville is streaming. Boy, I haven't seen him around in a while. He was an excellent Lucia player a long time ago. He was like one of my Lucia senseis. And apparently he's playing some Ingrid right now. So he might still be in Japan, which I suspect. But that also means that he is on the right time and he will be speaking English. So I think that's perfect here. So I'm just taking a look right now to see if he is currently streaming and doing all that stuff. So I will do that as soon as I can skip this ad. There we go. Okay, here we go. Well, he's on a burb right now. He's on Be Right Back. So he's not streaming right now. So rating him probably is not gonna be useful at this point. Let's see here. Who else can I get? What is Nathan? Nathan is pushing on my mouse again. I'm having trouble. Okay. Oh, Nathan. He is pressing his head into my head. He really. Oh, Liston. Liston is streaming. I'm sending you guys over to Liston. East Coast New Yorker, very good labber, really likes Dulcim and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm sending you guys over to him, all right? So say hello to Liston, and I will talk to you guys later. I'll probably say hi to Liston in the chat, and then take off. So, all right, guys. Nathan is, oh my God, he is being such a cuddle butt. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Peace.